endorsed by your favorite president. And I'm even more proud to have endorsed President Trump from the very beginning. And I got a lot of phone calls after I endorsed President Trump from the beginning. They said, David, we don't understand. Why do you love President Donald Trump so much? I said, what's not to love about a guy with terrific hair? And I think the best way to describe President Trump is to share a story. Some of you have heard this recently. Congressman Wesley Hunt from the great state of Texas was talking about how President Trump was in the room with the Taliban, the leader of the Taliban, and he was with a translator and Mike Pompeo. And he looks at the translator and he tells the translator, he says, look, I want to pull out of Afghanistan, but it's going to be on a conditions-based withdrawal, which means we will only pull out if you accept our condition. And that condition is that if you harm the hair of a single American, I will kill you. That's what President Trump told the leader. Our president that we have right now, he doesn't have balls like President Trump has. And that's the kind of American fighting spirit, that brazen, bold, burning American fighting spirit that we need in a president. Another great story about President Trump, some of you have heard this as well. In New Jersey in 1995, President Trump's limousine broke down on the highway, and a good Samaritan came to stop and help President Trump to fix his flat tire. President Trump tells that Good Samaritan, how can I repay you? And that Good Samaritan says, Mr. Trump, please send a bouquet of flowers back to my wife back home. And so true to his word, Mr. Trump sends a beautiful bouquet of flowers back to that Good Samaritan's home. And along with it, a handwritten note. And it said, we've just paid off your mortgage. That's the kind of president that we have, that we need back in the White House. And folks, on June 16th, 2015, a great man, greater than I, descended down a golden escalator. And he gave a tremendous speech that shocked the world, and political pundits could not understand it. He forever transformed politics. And he said something that no politician had ever done or ever said before. He said, our country is in serious trouble. We don't have victories anymore. We used to have victories, but we don't have them. He said the U.S. has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems. How stupid are our leaders? How stupid are these politicians to allow this to happen? And the media still doesn't understand this, but President Trump, he truly represents that fighting American spirit, which is at the fabric of this nation's greatness. He represents that silent majority, which on November 5th will roar with a resounding victory unlike has never seen before. And I'm telling you that it is that same spirit that in a cold winter of 1776, it took the hearts of a small company of patriots to cross the Delaware River, and they pledged their lives to each other, risked their lives to attack the British and turn the tide of the American Revolutionary War, allowing us to be here today. That same spirit that captured the hearts of 6 Devil Dog Marines who hoisted our American flag after the Battle of Iwo Jima in Japan. That same spirit that I know is inside every one of you here tonight is inside of me. It is inside of our great President Trump, who represents us. And I will tell you that on November 5th, that resounding American fighting spirit will spread across this nation like a wildfire, and it will make this country great again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Carlos Gimenez.
Hello, Miami. How are you? I came to this country over 60 years ago with my parents, and my father brought me here for freedom. How many are you here from Cuba? How many are here from Venezuela? How many from Nicaragua? That's what makes this community so great. We understand what freedom is about. We understand when freedom is under assault, and we're under assault right now. This election is the most important election in our lifetime. It's the most important election in your lifetime. It's the most important election for your children and your grandchildren, because this election will determine the direction of the United States for the next 20, 30, 40 years. I remember what used to be the most important election of my lifetime. That was 1980. And it was President Reagan, it was Ronald Reagan against Jimmy Carter. Can you imagine if Jimmy Carter had won that race? Where would we be today? I really don't want to think about it. And so it's up to each and every one of us to get to ourselves, our neighbors, our friends to go vote. And we need to vote for Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. He will turn this country around. He will set us in the right direction. He will set the tone for the next 20 to 30 years. You know, we've been lied to for the last 3 years of the President Biden. We've been lied to. He said that he's got all the energy. He's fine. He is sharp as a tack. We've been lied to about the southern border, that, hey, the southern border is under control. We've been lied to about inflation. No, that's just in your mind. We've been lied to about inflation. And also interest rates. We've been lied to about America's standing in the world. And so it's really a pretty simple question. Was the world better off 4 years ago under Donald Trump? Was America better off 4 years ago under Donald Trump? Were you better off 4 years ago under Donald Trump? Well, that sort of sets it. So if you want a strong America, if you want a safe America, if you want a safe world, let's vote for Donald J. Trump for president, and let's make America great again. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart.
Let me start, as I always do, by thanking a group of people that are not here, actually. I want to start by thanking a group of people that are never in the celebrations. But let's start by thanking those brave men and women who allow us to live in freedom. The men of the United States Armed Services and the women of the United States Armed Services. And look around. You know, I had a speech here, but I'm not going to use it. You know what I'm going to do instead? I'm going to thank some other people. Let's thank those brave men and women who put the uniform, who in Florida, we revere our police. Let's thank our police. And let's thank our firemen and women and our first responders. And while I thank people, you know, you remember that the border was secure. The southern border was secure. And then these folks took control of our country. So you know who we have to thank for securing the border then, and who's going to secure it again. Let's thank Donald Trump for securing our border, and he will do it again. Oh, yeah. And under Donald Trump, we had reached energy independence. And I thank him, and Donald Trump will do it again. We shall become energy independent again. And our economy was strong under President Trump. There was no such thing as inflation. And guess what? When you do your part, you work hard to elect Donald Trump, he will secure our economy and get rid of Joe Biden's inflation. He will do that. But let's be clear. I also want to thank him for something that I thanked him here 4 years ago. I thanked him for standing up to tyranny, to standing up for against the Castro regime, for standing up against Chavez and Maduro, for standing up against the dictatorship in Managua. And I'm going to thank him one more time, and I'm going to do it here. those tyrannies, those anti-American dictatorships will not survive another 4 years of Donald Trump. That's why I also want to thank Donald Trump. So friends, are you ready to work to elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States? Are you ready to not tire until we elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States? Are you ready to send packing the crypto communists and the socialists that have taken control of the White House of the United States? So, my dear friends, I said it. I wanted to thank people. Oh, wait, something that people don't thank Donald Trump enough. I thank him for endorsing my candidacy again for the United States Congress. Thank you, President Donald Trump. And let's be very clear, all of you, all of us, we are not going to rest. We're not going to tire. We're not going to stop working until the man that we know will once again get this country growing, get the economy prospering, bring fear to the anti-American tyrants around the world. We will not rest. And I thank each and every one of you, you proud, unapologetically pro-American patriots. Because of you, once again, Donald J. Trump will be the next president of the United States. God bless you. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump, and may God always bless the United States of America. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senator Rick Scott.
Is there anything better than coming to a Trump rally? Maybe October would have been a little bit better, but what a great night. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The President of the United States has so much authority to change the direction of this country. This election is so important. We have got to do everything in our power to make sure we get all the votes to where Donald Trump has an overwhelming majority on November 5th. And you're going to do it. So now let's think about it. In our lifetime, not many times in America have we ever had the opportunity to say we could pick between two people that have both had the job, right? Biden's had the job for
It's been said that you are either going to take away votes from Trump or going to take away votes from President Biden. So should they be scared of Robert Kennedy at this moment?
Yeah, my plan is to take away votes from both of them and win the election. About 57% of my followers say that if I left the race, they would vote for President Trump. I think that the Democrats made a very bad mistake of closing out the primaries so other people couldn't run. So Americans didn't have choice. And, their solution now, they have a candidate who can't win. And their solution is to try to get his opponents off the ballot and keeping opponents out of the debate. But, our numbers are climbing, and I'm very hopeful that they will continue to climb through November.
Everybody everybody's concerned about the future of the country at this point, right? And who is the best person to lead us? When you look at President Biden right now, do you think that it is unsafe for the country for him to be able to finish his term?
You know, I think the country is in a more dangerous, precarious position than at any time since the Cuban Missile Crisis. We are, you know, we just authorized the bombing with cluster bombs, which is a war crime, of civilians on a beach in Crimea, and the U.S. is, you know, participated in that missile attack, and the Russians are actively and openly threatening to use nuclear weapons in this war. And the Russians have better nuclear weapons than us. They have more. They have 1,000 to 1,500 more.
Right.
We don't have the capacity at this time in our history to ramp up to fight that kind of war because we've given away our industrial base to China. You know, we had the industrial base in the 1930s and we could gear it up and produce material for the war. Hey, the Chinese own that base, and we can't build anything in this country anymore. So we still are in the mindset that we dominate the globe, but you know, it all depends on the industrial base. You cannot dominate the globe like we're pretending to do, like President Biden thinks that he's doing.
Okay.
I think it's delusion, and I think we need a president who's actually looking at reality and is trying to adjust our reality to the facts.
What is that day one, week one, month one action that you're going to take when you step into office, Bobby?
What I'm going to do when I get in there is I'm going to take that $42 billion budget from NIH, and I'm going to say that's given to 56,000 scientists around the world to do research, to research disease and drugs, et cetera. And I'm going to say to them, we're going to figure out what's making our kids the sickest kids in the world. And you can say to me, well, even if you figure out that high fructose corn syrup or glyphosate is causing the obesity epidemic, there's nothing you can do because these industries are so powerful. They've infiltrated Congress. They've infiltrated the agencies. They own everything. And they have 1 million farmers who are trapped now in that paradigm. So how can you ever dismantle that? I'll tell you how. You put enough science out there that the lawyers can step in and sue these companies. Siri is not working for you. Alexa is not working for you. They're working for Bill Gates and the NSA. So it's more important than ever that we have a deep commitment to our constitutional rights in this country, because the capacity of the government to enslave us is like nothing before. They have technology that can look through walls. You can't hide in your house anymore. And this is the time we need to be raising the barrier of our constitutional rights and imbuing the generation of Americans that nobody is allowed to touch these. And what I recognized during COVID when I was fighting these incursions, they gave us back a lot of these rights. But once the government sets the precedent that they're allowed to take them away, that right is much weaker than ever before. So now they can take them away if they're for any crisis, for war, or financial crisis. They have an endless pipeline of new epidemics that they can use as justification, and our rights are going to mean nothing. The only way those rights are going to exist is just a piece of paper, unless we all believe in them, unless we're all committed to them. I'd like to share some of my reflections about the 4th of July with you today. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., independent candidate for President of the United States. The last sentence of the Declaration of Independence reads, "And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor." The 56 men who signed that document knew that if they failed, they would be condemned as traitors to the British Empire. This is why Ben Franklin famously wrote,
When the president comes out, tell him we love him coming down here. The next time we need to do it indoors somewhere, right? Did you guys watch the debate? I was there. I was there afterwards to go into the spin room for the media. Unbelievable experience. The media people didn't know how to react. They almost, frankly, it felt like I walked into like a funeral. And that's the reaction to it. So, but the one thing, I don't know what you thought, but I was watching this and, you know, you're happy, right? Because we are happy that who won the debate? Well, I think everybody, like even Biden said Trump won. But I'm watching this debate. And about halfway through it, I realized, oh my God, that guy's the president of the United States. Who is running our country right now? And then I realized, who? I got like 4 different names. All right. But then I started thinking, the other thing that scared me was I started thinking, not only like they're watching this thing in Beijing, they're watching it in Moscow, they're watching it in Havana, they're watching it in Caracas, they're watching it in Iran. And they're saying, that guy's the president? That guy? We're going to invade tomorrow. That's what I would do. You know, you're thinking that's the danger that we're in. But here's the second outrageous thing. Everyone's known this. We've been seeing it for 3 years, but it wasn't true. If you had said anything that's been said now about Joe Biden 20 minutes before that debate, they would have said that's a lie, it's a conspiracy. The only conspiracy here are the people in the shadow government that are protecting and hiding from the American people the condition of our current president, and it puts our country in danger. Guys, even they're saying it now. Even MS, what does President Trump call it? MSDNC? Even they're saying it now. I've never seen anything like it. They're in a complete panic. They're in a complete panic about how do we now push this guy out? How do we get rid of him? And as you've seen, I don't know, I still can't tell you today. I guess they have now admitted that from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., Biden is awake and running the country. I don't want a president that's open less than our banks are open. And that's what we're facing now. So we know he's not calling the shots. How do they say it in Cuban? Ese señor no sabe dónde está parado. You guys can translate later. So this guy, so he's there and you're watching this debate and we're seeing that. But and so yes, look, the guy's a figurehead for a shadow government of leftists that are propping him up. So now they want to push him out. Here's the problem. The replacement, Joe Biden is the figurehead of a left-wing government, shadow government, but his replacement is actually a real-life verified left-winger, whose policies are if I had a list on me today, maybe I have a list on me today, of all the crazy, well, yeah, I only have the 1-page list. This list actually goes much longer. Of all the crazy left-wing policies that they want for our country, she supported every single one of them. She wants to ban, who drove here today in a car that puts gasoline in their tank? Well, good, because the Trump charging stations are not yet open. So, but the truth is that it ranges from that to I saw a clip the other day where she wants to ban plastic straws. Those paper straws suck. We don't want paper straws in America. But this is the range of things, okay, that she stands for. But either way, they have kept from the American people the true condition of the President of the United States. Here's what they can't keep from us. You know the answer. I'm going to ask you these answers. You're going to know the answer. Who did you have more money in your pocket at the end of the month with? Trump or Biden? And who did you feel better about the border with? Trump or Biden? And who do you think put America in a position where we were more respected in the world? Trump or Biden? Well, that's what this campaign is. That's what this campaign is all about. That's why he was the 45th president of the United States, and that's why Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States of America. And so that is the choice that we have to make. That's why they want this campaign to be about anything except that comparison. That's what they want it to be about. By the way, I got to laugh. I say laugh. I laugh, but I laugh like not a happy laugh, sort of like a angry laugh. Not like a Kamala Harris laugh, like a different kind of laugh. But my laugh, I laugh because I hear these guys on TV saying if Trump becomes the president, he's going to become a dictator and he's going to go after his opponents. This is from the people who are going after their opponents and putting their political opponents in jail every single day. These are the people that have used our courts to try to silence Donald Trump, bankrupt Donald Trump, jail Donald Trump, keep him off the ballot, but it won't work. And that's why he's going to win, because people see it for what it is. And can I say something in Spanglish real quick? In Spanglish. Bueno, ninguna comunidad en este país conoce mejor que esta lo que esta gente están haciendo. Quieren apoderarse de nuestro país, de nuestra economía, de bajar al país, de destruirlo de adentro, de apoderarse de las escuelas, de las enseñanzas de los hijos, de reemplazar la familia por el gobierno. Ustedes han visto esa película antes, ¿verdad? Aquí no se va a repetir esa película. My translation, I just told them I saved a bunch of money by switching to Geico. I actually didn't switch to Geico. Anyway, hear me wrap it up with this. I'm going to wrap it up with this. This election is fundamental. It's the most important election we've had, and you hear that every 4 years. This one truly is. Because we are truly now, if we cannot afford, can we afford another 4 years like this? What will this country look like? 4 more years of this destruction. We can't afford it. The good news is that while they're trying to figure out who their nominee is and how they can trick Joe Biden into not showing up tomorrow to work so they can replace him, we know who our nominee is. He's going to be the next president of the United States, and his name is... And he's going to do what with America? He's going to make it... Let's add one more thing. He's not just going to make it great again. Together, we're not just going to make it great again. We elect this man as president. We will make together America greater than it has ever been. Thank you. Que Dios lo bendiga. God bless you. Thank you.
The odds were decidedly against the cause of the American Revolution. The idea that these ragtag group of colonists could create their own nation, could challenge the greatest empire in the history of mankind, could create an experiment in self-governance was so far-fetched that most of the world just thought it was fantastical. Yet the cause of freedom triumphed over the forces of monarchy and arbitrary rule. This is the total commitment that I now bring to my own race for the presidency. I became an adult with the words of my uncle, President Kennedy, echoing in my thoughts. We pledge
our word that one form of colonial control shall not have passed away, merely to be replaced by a far more iron tyranny.
Our opponents represent the forces of censorship, of economic oppression, of imperialism, of endless wars and surveillance. The election is only a few months away. God bless you, and God bless America.
It's fine. I haven't had any indication in my mind that he's slipping.
You dealt with another person who is a candidate for president in this race, and that's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has been one of the leading advancers of conspiracy theories surrounding vaccines generally, vaccinations generally. And you had a meeting with him at the urging of the White House and the president's son-in-law, who called you and asked you to meet with Kennedy. Talk about that.
Yeah, well, as soon as Trump got elected, Bobby Kennedy Jr. Made a statement that was unsubstantiated by the Trump people that he was going to be the head of a commission on vaccines. And I think that was the first that the Trump people heard about it. So they wanted to figure out what to do. So Jared Kushner asked me and Francis Collins, who was the director of NIH, to sit down and listen to what Bobby Kennedy Jr. has to say. So we brought him and a team of people with him to the White House, and he came into the room and he had been saying things that we were all disagreeing with. I mean, they just had no basis on facts or reality, totally disproven. So he came in and the first thing he said was, I never get a chance to fully explain, what it is that I'm trying to say. So I'm going to make a presentation and I don't want to be interrupted until the end, and then we'll talk about questions. So I said, well, that's not the rules that we do here, but okay, we'll cut you some slack. So we got up, and the first slide I remember he showed is that it has been shown that vaccinations are responsible for the following diseases. And he gave every disease in the world: rheumatoid arthritis, schizophrenia, epilepsy, lupus.
And famously, autism.
Yeah, autism. Well, autism was right on the top of it, but everything else. So I raised my hand and I says, excuse me, Bobby, but I don't really mean to interrupt you, but there isn't a bit of evidence at all of anything that's on that slide. And he looked at me and says, there you go again, not allowing me to give my pitch. So for the next 40 minutes or so, he showed slide after slide after slide that, David, made no sense at all and was not founded. Not only was it not founded in data, it was definitively disproven as per the autism situation. So at the end of it, all we could say was, Bobby, I'm sorry, but, we don't really agree with you. And one thing, I'm not even sure I put it in the book, or else we cut it out because of space. As we were walking out of the room at the NIH, I went over to him and I said, Bobby, I believe you care about children and you care that you don't want to hurt them. But you got to realize that from a scientific standpoint, what you're saying does make no sense. And this issue about autism with Wakefield in England was completely disproven as being fabricated data that led to the loss of the guy's medical license. And he looked at me, and I don't know whether he heard me or not. And then all of a sudden, fast forward, he writes a book, The Real Anthony Fauci, and talks about how I was responsible for killing so many people with vaccines. So, I don't know what's going on in his head, but it's not good. And
A worm apparently was one of the things that going on in his head.
He's steeped, David, in conspiracy theories. I mean, he's seething with conspiracy theories.
Yeah, which, by the way, have a market today. This goes back to our previous discussion. Conspiracy theories, I've talked about this often. Social media, the model of social media is to keep people online. And what they've found is that anger, outrage, resentment, conspiracy theories are magnets to keep people online.
Yeah.
And so if you're a purveyor of conspiracy theories, there's a ready-made market for you somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you brought that out really well. I listened to all your podcasts when you had Frank Bruni on about the age of grievances.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's very dangerous, not just to our public health, but to our democracy. And that's something that you write in your book about your concern about the larger democracy and conspiracy theories, which are, you talk about epidemics. They're epidemic in our communications today. Let me ask you,
You know what I'm doing? I'm making steak and chicken for the dogs. I don't normally do this. But ever since that guy wrote the article about me saying I ate a dog, it hasn't been the same. Now I got to work my way back into their good grace. This was my dinner. I'm giving him my food. This is the height of irresponsible journalism. I mean, I don't care what it does for me, but look at these guys. These guys will believe in anything they hear on the news. Yeah, Daddy would never do something like that. He was a goat. St. Francis loved the animals. I love you guys. I would never eat a dog. It was fake news. It was fake news. St. Francis with a wolf of Gubia. This is one of their favorite books. It really calms them down.
And tonight, chaos is brewing in the Democratic Party as calls for Joe Biden to drop out are growing. Joining us now for an exclusive interview on the phone, former President Donald Trump. Mr. President, great to have you, sir. How are you?
Well, thank you very much, John. I'm fine. Thank you.
Let's go back to the debate with you and President Biden, because immediately you could notice his voice was raspy, but beyond that, within minutes, I could tell this was not going to be a good night for Joe Biden. What was going through your head at that time?
Well, it was a big evening, and you could feel a lot of energy. Boy, energy like you haven't felt in a long time. On any of the debates, I've done a lot of debates, and we've had great success with debates, but this was something very special. For whatever reason, it just seemed big. And when I got to Atlanta, and this was at CNN headquarters, there was a lot of excitement. There were trucks, I call them the $10 million trucks. That's with the antennas all over, and very incredible equipment. I'm looking at things that are, it's just more of a scene than it normally would be. And it really was that way right from the start, right from the moment they introduced us, and then they introduced him and introduced me, and I walked out on his arm, and he looked extremely pale, to put it nicely. And I don't know, maybe it was a good makeup job or maybe it wasn't, but he was a very pale looking man. And when he started to speak, I don't know, I thought his voice was weak. I didn't know exactly what was happening. It was strange. I do have to say that the CNN, Jake and Dana, were really, they were pretty good. I thought they were fair. I thought they were fair in the questions. I thought to him, to me. But it was a strange evening. I will tell you, it was a strange debate because within a couple of minutes, the answers given by him they didn't make a lot of sense.
Well, let me ask you this. I think some of the worst moments for President Biden were when he wasn't talking. There was like this blank, vacant stare, and it's like he was checked out. And I've run a montage of it. When you were speaking and you'd look over, did you notice that too, or?
I was thinking about what I was saying. I wasn't looking over at him almost at all, except when he went a little bit haywire. I didn't look at him at all. And I'm very disappointed in him. He's the worst president in the history of our country. We've never had anything like it. What he's done to our borders, what he's done to our country, inflation, the people that he's hurting. He's destroying Social Security. And people are, I'm just so upset with him as president. And so I wasn't really looking over. I purposely wasn't. And I did take a couple of peeks when he was in the midst of giving some really bad answers. They weren't even answers. They were just words put together that had no meaning or sense.
Well,
but for the most part, I didn't really look over.
Since before the 2020 election, on radio and TV, I have chronicled the fact that Joe looked weak and frail and that he was a cognitive mess long before the election in 2020. The media, I call them state-run media, Democrats, they're all acting shocked, like this just came out of nowhere. Is this one incident, or is it, is this something permanent? I'm like, did they not notice the guy can't give a press conference? Did they not notice that he doesn't use the big boy stairs getting on Air Force One? Did they not notice the plan to surround him as he walks to and from Marine One? That he wouldn't do a Super Bowl interview, a layup interview for any president, really. What part of his cognitive decline do you think they missed, or did they purposely cover for him, in your view?
Well, they cover for him, and they still are sort of covering, but now it's getting very difficult to do that. And, it looks to me like he may very well stay in. He's got an ego, and he doesn't want to quit. He doesn't want to do that. It just looks to me like that's what he wants. I think Jill would like to see him stay. She's having a good time. I notice she really seems to be having a good time. And I'm hearing that Hunter is calling the shots. So this isn't necessarily a very positive thing for our country. But I think he, might very well stay in. And if he does, Nobody wants to give that up that way. He's going to feel badly about himself for a long time. It's hard to give it up that way, the way where they're trying to force him out. So, I mean, you really have to speak to his doctors, but obviously he's been sheltered by the fake news media. That's why they call it the fake news.
Do you, Mr. President, do you want Joe Biden to step aside? Do you care?
Well, we've prepared for him, but I don't think it's going to matter. We had a great 4 years. Our border was the strongest ever. Our economy pre-COVID was incredible, the best ever. But then when we got hit with the gift from China, the China virus, that came in and we did a fantastic job, and we got it back where the stock market was actually higher to just prior to COVID coming in. So, I mean, we've done a job. The military, we defeated ISIS, took out the worst terrorists in the world and defeated ISIS. And that was a big thing. I was told it would take 5 years, and it took us a couple of months. The military is fantastic. By the way, the military is not woke. The people at top are woke, but the military is never going to be woke. Those are incredible people, what they did for me in the fight on ISIS. And then we had no wars. I mean, I had no wars. We're heading into World War III, in my opinion, with this man semi-running things, because he's not running things. The people that surround the Oval Office, the people that surround the Resolute desk, the beautiful Resolute desk, they're really running things in Washington, I suspect, and it's very bad. And, you know, he got them into the warfare and lawfare, many different terms you can use, but basically going after your political opponent, using the Justice Department, using local DAs, using local attorney generals, going after your political opponent. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. And, you know, there are those, I just read an article that it's been a positive for me, but it's not a positive. It's very unfair. It's fighting an unfair battle. But he's the one that got us into that. And all these lawsuits you see and everything else, that's all Biden inspired, meaning Biden people inspired. And it's, you know, very sad. I think it's a very sad time for our country. We're not respected anywhere in the world. He's not respected. And our country's in very serious trouble. And I'll tell you what, if we're not careful, we're going to be right in the middle of World War III. And that will be a war like nobody's seen before because of the weaponry. The weaponry is a whole lot different than two army tanks going up against each other. This is a whole different world. And we don't have somebody that can properly represent us. There's no question about that.
What do you make of all the talk that if Biden steps aside or is pushed out, that it would be Vice President Harris? Do you expect that much would change?
Well, I think that it will be her. I think they are very concerned about the vote if it's not her. They are very, very, I mean, they're gun shy. They don't want to do it any other way. I've actually come to believe that's what they're going to do. I think she's an ineffective person. She was in charge of the border. She's never been there. She didn't do a good job, and she hasn't done a job on a lot of things. So, but it would seem to me that from a political standpoint, that's who they're going with. They're not even talking about alternatives. And it seems that if he gets out for whatever reason, and I don't think he wants to get out, but if he gets out, it will be her. Interestingly, he's got a lot of power because he's got the delegates. You know, when you have the delegates, unless he says I'm getting out, they can't do anything to get him out other than the 25th Amendment. If they want to do it in a different route, it would be the 25th Amendment. But let's assume with not very much time left. You know, there's not much time left, and then we can straighten out our country. We'll make America great again, right? But there's not a lot of time left. But I think unless they use the 25th Amendment, which they'd use in a different sense, he has all the power. He has the delegates. He doesn't have to get out. There's nothing they can do to get him out. So he'll get the nomination. He got the nomination, and then they'll have their meeting in Chicago, which, by the way, last week, 117 people were shot and 17 people were killed. That was last weekend in Chicago. And that's like a war zone. But they have their convention in Chicago, and they're obviously very proud of Chicago. And I love Chicago. I have investments in Chicago. But when you look at the crime in Chicago, when you look at what's gone wrong with Chicago, it's not a very good thing to be displaying right now.
I still think every election is about the future. It's about peace and prosperity. In this case, it would be about the border. It will be about the economy, law and order, the green agenda, America's role in the world. The one issue that pops almost at the top of every poll in the minds of Americans, well, really two: the border and the economy. Let's start with the border. We have nearly 11 million unvetted Joe Biden illegal immigrants in this country from nearly 180 countries, but many from countries that have terror ties, countries like Iran and Syria, Egypt, Afghanistan, Venezuela, Kazakhstan, with nearly 60,000 from China in just the last 18 months, tens of thousands from Russia. And I worry that this is now a clear and present danger for the country, and that the likelihood that terrorist cells are probably already here is very high. I don't think I'm wrong. I pray to God that I'm wrong. I don't believe I am. And the media, Democrats, have ignored the issue, and they've allowed it to happen. And Biden and Kamala Harris and Mayorkas have all said the border's closed and the border's secure, but they brag about ending the policies that you had in place when they got into power. I think a preventable problem. I'm worried about our national security like never before.
Well, the one thing you haven't said tonight that you always say is that it's 100% certain that we're going to have a terror attack. And I agree with you on that. It's 100% certain. I mean, we're letting terrorists into our...
I pray I'm wrong. I pray
we're letting
to God
terrorists
I'm wrong.
into our country at a level that we've never seen before. Terrorists are coming in. And they're coming in, Sean, from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're coming in from prisons and jails from all over the world, not just South America. They're coming in from the Congo and Africa. They're coming in from every part of the world. And some of these parts are rough parts of the world. And they're pouring into our country as prisoners, as mental patients. They're coming into our country, and they're coming in also as terrorists. And this is poisoning our country. And nobody should have been subjected to this. They should never have been allowed to do this. There's nothing good that can come of it. And we're going to have to get these criminals, and a lot of them are criminals, and very high level, very bad criminals. We're going to get them out. We're going to have the largest deportation in our history, larger than the Eisenhower deportation. And we have no choice. I don't want to do that. But this man has destroyed our country. And I say in rallies, I'm doing a big one tomorrow at Doral in Miami. I say at rallies that you could take the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country and put them together. They will not have done the destruction and damage as this man has done. He's been a horrible president, the worst president, frankly, the worst president in history by far. And by the way, Jimmy Carter's the happiest guy around, because Jimmy Carter now is saying, he was like a genius compared to what Biden is. His administration was brilliant compared to the Biden administration. So it's a very, very sad time in our country.
Let me ask about the economy. I know that they said from the beginning that Biden's inflation, which they inherited 1.4%, it's up over 20%. 25% of Americans say that they've had to forego meals. 60+% of Americans said that they're gulping water because of Joe Biden's economic policies and Biden inflation. How do you fix that? And how quickly do you think you can fix that?
Well, we have to fix it fast. And what they're doing is the illegal migrants that are pouring into our countries, many of them are staying in luxury hotels all over our country. They're being shipped up. As we say now, every state is a border state, whether it's Idaho or Iowa or Ohio. It doesn't make any difference. They're all border because they're pouring through our country. One of the stats that was incredible, I actually saw it on You First, was when it came out that we're actually flying them in. So it's not just a question of these people coming through totally unchecked and unvetted. They're flying tens of thousands of people into our country, migrants. And many of these people were not people that were welcome to stay in their countries. They're coming up here. And when I originally said, they are not sending their finest. These are people that are coming from other countries, Sean, where the president Whoever is running the country, including the dictators, they're sending them into our country. And if you look at Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. Their crime, think of it, down 72, and ours is up. And we're going to have a new form of crime because these people are just getting comfortable. They're just getting settled in. We're going to have a new form of crime, and it's called Biden migrant crime. And it's a new category. And it's a very serious category, and it might blow all of our crime out the window because, frankly, you could probably double. When I told you those numbers in Chicago with 17 people dying this weekend, think of it, over a weekend, over a 3-day period, 4-day period, you had over 100 people shot and 17 people dead. And that probably doesn't include the migrants, although I guarantee you there was some of that in there too. We have a new form. It's this new category, and it's going to be very, very serious for a long time to come. And we have to get them out of our country. We don't want them out. They drop them out of their jails and prisons. We don't want them in our country. It's not sustainable by any country.
You know, it's amazing when you came down that escalator in 2015 and you said some are very good people that want a better life, and then
Good afternoon, Miami. How's everyone doing today? You having some fun? You ready to take your country back? Are you a little upset that they've been lying to you like they have for the last few years? All right, so before they get off the stage, I got to thank my children, especially Chloe, who was basically functioning as my Jill Biden, to make sure that I was capable of walking onto a stage. Now, think about this, guys. We're running against a party that wants to take away your AR-15, but they gave a vegetable the nuclear codes. Think about that. Think of how insane that all is. Each and every day, there's a new measure of stupidity, a new level of asinineness. And what's great is, it looks like they're sticking with Joe. After lying to us for 5 years that this guy is competent, that this guy is fit to serve. Raise your hand here. If Joe Biden showed up to pick you up in an Uber, would you get in the car? Would you let a friend get in the car? Would you let your worst enemy get in that car? Maybe. Dumb ways to die, right, folks? But this is what we're dealing with each and every day. Just this week, Joe Biden announced that he's going to veto a required proof of citizenship to vote. I wonder why that would be, folks. Why do you think they would stop that? You're right. We do. We have to stop the steal. We have to beat the margin of fraud. To win by 2, we got to win by 6. That's the game they've been setting up. There's a reason they've let in 15 million people. Venezuela right now is the safest it's been in decades because all their criminals reside in our neighborhoods. That's what's going on. There's no other explanation for it. They're not even hiding from it at this point. They realize they can't run on the economy. They can't run on inflation. The adults that are back in charge have, let's just say, failed us miserably. And we've seen it each and every day. Remember, the adults are going to be back in charge. They told us this. And let's just say I don't feel it yet, guys. It's been 3.5 years. You'd think you'd see it by now, right? I am a reasonably spoiled individual. And if I go to the grocery store, if I take my kids to McDonald's and I'm pissed off, no, seriously, what does everyone else feel? If I get it, if I see it, how do the Democrats not see it? How do our representatives in Washington, D.C. not understand it? We went from a time of peace and prosperity, success for everyone in our country, to a time of disaster, war, death, destruction, poverty, and it's only going to get worse if they keep doing it. Remember, I talk about the Noah Center, right? The adults are going to be back in charge, and we got our Secretary of State on a world stage after the disastrous Afghan withdrawal saying with a straight face that he was shocked and dismayed that the Taliban, folks, the Taliban did not install, and I quote, a more diverse and inclusive government. I would say end of quote, but then they'd say I'm Joe Biden reading from the teleprompter. Now, but think about it. He's like Ron Burgundy. If you put it on the teleprompter, he will read it, folks. He can't make that distinction. But what's scarier, guys, is they allowed this guy to be in charge. They told you with a straight face that this is the guy that was going to bring reason to the world. He was going to keep you safe. He's the guy you can count on with 4,276 years of experience in Washington, D.C. And now we see it. But think about it. It wasn't just the media lying to us about his competence. I love you too. We need more love, folks. And that's what it is, guys. You know what this is? Right now, it's about love. It's about love of country. It's about love of our future generations and our families. That's what we're fighting for, because I can assure you, Donald Trump didn't need this job. He didn't need it in 2016, and against all odds, against the biggest onslaught of media attacks, against the biggest and unprecedented onslaught of Democrat opposition, against opposition from people within his own party who would tell their constituency that they agreed with everything. He faced opposition from them, and he still got it done. And Paul Ryan, well said. With Republicans like Paul Ryan, who needs Democrats? But remember, folks, it's not just the media. It's not just the Democrat elite. You have a bunch of Senate races going on right now. Sherrod Brown in Ohio, John Tester in Montana. They vote with Joe Biden almost 100% of the time. They told you with a straight face, this guy is the right guy for us. And look at the results. Abject failure. But they pretend like they don't have anything to do with him. Now they're distancing themselves from him because they're running a campaign. They're running a race. But you voted with them 100% of the time. You're on the record repeatedly telling us this guy's going to deliver for you peace and prosperity and success. And he's failed across the board. We got to remember, guys, this isn't about the presidency. We need to win everything. We need to win school boards. We need to win state legislatures. We need to win dog catcher. And we have to hold those who lied to us for the past 5 years accountable for their lies. And honestly, it was longer than that, right? It was really 8 years. Because the second my father took the oath of office, they went after him. They went after me. I know. I did 50 hours of congressional testimony. Now, I understand that I am not the upstanding citizen that Hunter Biden is. I get that. I understand. No, I get it. In my next life, I want to be a Democrat because you can actually be a crackhead that sells out your country across the board, and it's just fine. They will protect you and take care of you. We don't have that luxury. But what we have is great people like you who are willing to stand up, who see through the nonsense, who are willing to push back. Now everyone sees it. That's why they're running their importation operation, right? Because they realize that even reliable Democrat voting blocks aren't voting Democrat anymore. We see that here in the great state of Florida, because people from Cuba and Venezuela who were escaping real persecution, they don't want to bring communism to America. And that's what they're doing. But think of what they did to my father and our businesses and everything, right? 37 felony prosecutions, a $500 million fine. They fined our organization $500 million almost for paying back loans on time with interest. No, but just to be clear, Boeing Airlines, a major company, just got fined $240 million for 2 plane crashes where they admit some sort of fraud and negligence that killed 340 people. Just for perspective, so you understand where we are. 340 people by a major corporation that's acknowledging their guilt in the matter. 340 people dead. They get fined $243 million. We get fined almost 500 for paying back loans on time. No. That's the perspective. And guess what, guys? If they can do it to Trump, they can do it to you. But more importantly, if they will do it to Trump, they will do it to each and every one of you that stands up for the freedoms, our beliefs, our rights, the things that this country was founded upon. And that's why we have to be here to take it back. It's why we have to say enough is enough. We have to take on that swamp. We have to take on the bureaucracy. And they're going after my father now harder than ever before because they understand now he knows the game. When he came in as an outsider, it's, I get it. We came in as an outsider. It's a little different. It's a little different. You have to learn it. That takes time, right? The Plum Book, the 4,000 jobs assigned by the president. Man, I think he'd been in Washington, D.C. for 2 cumulative days prior to winning the presidency. You don't know who those people are. You don't know who you can trust. A lot of them you can't. Now you know, right? So this is what we have to fight back against. The corruption, the lies, the gaslighting, the nonsense, and the noise. And we're not in a fair fight. We don't have $1 trillion institution that is our mainstream media backing us. We don't have that benefit. They'll lie about us all day long, with the exception of 1 or 2 people I see on the dais up there. We don't have $1 trillion institution of big tech. We don't have that. These are the same people that protect Joe Biden, that told you he was rational, he was clear, he was lucid. The fake doctor, think about this. Today, the story broke. Joe Biden's doctor, the one that says he should not take a cognitive test because clearly everything's fine, right? It's so fine. This is Joe Biden on a stage. It's not that hard to speak. I'm not even using a teleprompter. He can't even do that right. Right? The doctor that's telling us that Joe Biden's fine is also a business partner with the Biden family. Think about that for a second. And of course, again, if we had actual journalists left in this country, people would talk about these things. They would bring up the point. They would drive home that point. If it was Donald Trump, you're damn right they would be talking about it, rightfully so. If I was Hunter Biden, if that was my laptop, I'd be at Gitmo. And my father would have been the person that sent me there. Hey, we all need a little kick in the ass sometime in our life, okay? Hunter needed it about 50 years ago, but never got it. I'm much cuter, thank you. I like you, baby. So guys, the reality is this. You've seen it. You've seen the attacks. You've seen the unequal administration of justice in our country. You see the way they treat good, hardworking Americans. You see the America Last policies that have failed us and have enriched our enemies and have emboldened our enemies, because that's the reality. Democrat policy and the weakness they exude on a world stage is why we are seeing the chaos and turmoil that we see across the world. It's the nature of predation. It's a story as old as time. Predators prey on the weak. And when America is weak, when they're leading from behind, when they have an incompetent on the world stage, enemies will act. The wars will go away the second my father is elected. By the way, they'll get to the table the second November 5th happened, even before he takes into office, because they realize he'll drive a harder bargain than the morons that would rather, have trans admirals than actually win wars. Right? I mean, have you seen some of this stuff? They're shocked. We can't recruit anyone for the military. I wonder why. Can't quite figure it out. Good, patriotic, hardworking Americans don't want to go die for the transvestite that was given an admiralship simply because they were transvestites, right? I mean, it's not rocket science. It wasn't like they were the greatest soldiers in the world. They were just, they checked a couple more boxes. So, guys, between now and November 5th, there can be no letting off the gas. You must speak to your friends. I'm not so worried about Florida. Feels pretty good, but we still got to win the congressional seat and all the down ticket races. But each and every one of you, you need to call your friends across the country. You need to speak to them. You have to make sure they understand what is happening. You see it around the world. This was an article I read today because it was just so disgusting to me as a father of 5 young children. Here's the article from the Daily Mail. Danish 17-year-old girl who used pepper spray to fight off a rapist near migrant asylum center. Sure, had no correlation there at all. Was told she will be prosecuted for carrying a weapon. So a literal victim of rape is going to be prosecuted for defending herself. That is the liberal mindset. That is what Democrat policy will ultimately be in that country. You see them refusing to prosecute crimes here. Only Americans, only patriots, only those people get prosecuted. If you're a criminal element, as long as you'll reliably vote Democrat, you have free reign. We have to speak to our friends. We have to get them engaged. We have to get them involved. And we have to take our country back because it's worth it. The American dream is worth it. Our freedoms and our liberties are worth it. And our children are sure as hell worth it. And we have to fight for them across the board. So God bless you all, Miami. Thank you for your support. Thank you for fighting like you do. I love you guys. And I promise you, as long as we're here, we will fight tooth and nail to save everything you all stand for. You're the best. God bless Miami.
Great morale. All right, so I've got a very serious question for everybody. I'm going to do this in front of Don's kids. Which Trump son do you like more? Do you like Eric? Or do you like Don? Don, that was pretty decisive, I think. Well, guys, welcome to one of the greatest properties in the world. Welcome to one of the greatest properties in the world. And, this property is a great parallel to our country. When we got it, it was sick as hell. It was run down. The people who ran this property didn't give a crap about it. They didn't put their heart and soul into this property. And I'll never forget, we came in, we bought it around 2011. And my father and myself and Don and Ivanka, we were down here as a family every single day. And we instilled pride in it. And we believed in it. And we fixed it. And we managed it properly. And it's become one of the greatest properties anywhere in the world. And that's so much like our country. You need to have people who actually want to be a cheerleader. You need to have people who actually care, actually have heart and soul. And that's what we did. And honestly, my father's the greatest fighter I've ever seen in my entire life. The hell... guys, I sat in that courtroom every single day because I wanted to be by his side. And honestly, the corruption, I would have never guessed. If you could have zoomed back 8 years, I would have never believed that this was the United States legal system. I never would have thought that they could have fined somebody $500 million for doing absolutely nothing wrong, right? When they're letting out hardened criminals in New York as they run around McDonald's in Times Square and slash the hell out of people, the entire DA is sitting there in the front row giggling and chuckling with the judge that's totally in their pocket. I would have never guessed this could have been the United States of America. And, we've seen these in so many countries. I mean, how many Cubans do we have in the audience tonight? You've seen this movie before.
How many Venezuelans do we have here? Guys, you've seen this before. And I'm sitting there as a son. And you know what's remarkable? I've never seen a guy with more determination and perseverance. I'll never forget. They read out 34 bogus guilty felonies. Guilty, 34 times. He stands up with the exact same demeanor that I see him with at 5 o'clock in the morning and 11 o'clock at night. He turns around, he shakes my hand, we walk out, we go to a fundraiser where he starts fighting for the United States of America again. I'm so freaking proud of him. And believe me, guys, if I didn't stand on the stage, if I wasn't here right now, they wouldn't be hitting me. I'm probably the most subpoenaed person in the history of this country. 110 subpoenas, and I've never gotten so much as a traffic ticket. And the second he went down that aisle, subpoena after subpoena, because they just wanted to get to Donald Trump. And they wanted to get to him because we have a president right now who's freaking incompetent. Absolutely incompetent. This isn't the best of America. In fact, he's the worst of America. Look what's happening to our economy. Look what's happening to everything. But beyond that, look what's happening to our values in this country. Look what's happening to religion. Look what's happening to our Constitution, free speech. The Ayatollah was on Twitter, yet they threw Donald Trump off like a dog. He had to open up Truth Social, which, by the way, is doing awesome. I mean, can you imagine that? They threw the 45th president of the United States off because, you know, that's how weaponized the system is. And guys, they've weaponized every system. They weaponized the FBI. They weaponized the DOJ. They weaponized the media. They've weaponized education. Thank God for Loudoun County moms who came out and fought like hell. By the way, thank God for the moms in this country, because honestly, the job that they did there, no one tougher than the moms in this country. But they did this, and despite what they tried to do, they tried to ruin his image, they tried to ruin his marriage, they tried to ruin his family, they tried to divide all of us. You know what they can't stand? All these people back here, you know what they can't stand? That we sit there as a united front and we never stop punching back. We never stop punching back. And I can tell you right now that they're not happy. They're not happy after that last debate. You know, that last debate, I said this to my father. I was the first person to speak to him when he came off the stage that night. I go, that debate was over before the guy got to his microphone. Do you see him shuffle across the stage? He's doing... This is not projecting strength to the rest of the world. This is not. No way could he do what we're doing right now. No way could he do what my father's about to do. And by the way, he just got to this beautiful house. He's in the house. How about we send him a little message right now? By the way, looking in that direction, there's another incredible fighter. Has anybody ever heard of Alina Habba in the beautiful red dress right there? You put any corporate attorney in the country, and that girl in that beautiful red dress and those stilettos will walk all over them. She's got more backbone than every one of them combined. Come on, Alina, come up here. Get up here. She's unbelievable. She goes on every single show, every single night, and fights like hell. And we love her and we appreciate her. We love the fighters. We love the fighters, and she's a great one. You want to say something?
I got to lower this a little bit. I am not 6 foot whatever. But I will tell you one thing. I have sat in courtroom after courtroom fighting for this family for the last 3 years, and it is the proudest job I have ever had. It is. There is corruption like you have never seen, and that is coming from a person who cannot even tell you half of what she's seen. In those courtrooms and those judges and that corrupt Jack Smith and the DOJ that is fighting the Biden fight because he cannot spell Bob backwards, we are going to take America back. And I will tell you right now, I'm doing my part, but you guys being out here are doing yours. Thank you. God bless America. God bless the Trump family.
God bless her. She's really an incredible person. But guys, if there's one thing I can promise you, we're coming up on the RNC in a couple days. From now until November 5th, we as a family are going to fight like hell. We are going to fight every single second of every single day, and we are going to restore the greatest Republican in the history of the world. Joe Biden's going to get the hell out of the White House, and we're going to put the professionals back in, and we're going to make this country strong. We're going to bring back God. We're going to bring back our Second Amendment. We're going to save these. Freedom of speech, the nuclear family, all the things that we absolutely adore. We're going to root out the corruption, and we're going to make this country so proud. And I have never been more proud as a son to stand on the stage. And I will stand on this stage no matter how many bullets that they launch at me, how many arrows they fling at me, with the greatest president this country has ever seen. We will never stop fighting. We will never give up. And I promise you all, Florida, we're going to win Florida by the biggest numbers you've ever seen. But we're also going to win this country by the largest margin ever. I love you, Florida. Get ready for the greatest president in this country's history. Donald Trump is in the house, and he'll be on the stage in 1 minute. Love you guys. Thanks.
Had me leave you messages or send you emails. It's really great to see you all here. We haven't been together like this ever as a main campaign. So this is wonderful. Whoa. Nice to see you, Mr. Kennedy. I'm still talking, but I can be.
Hello, everybody. What a great crowd. I'm really, really happy to be here. And I'm happy to be talking about farming and good food and some of the central and the environment, some of the central concerns of this campaign. I love coming to Maine. I feel like I grew up in this state. I was, for most of my youth, I worked as a guide on the Kennebec River. We had my brothers, me and two of my brothers had a company there for about 10 years up at West Forks. And we guided also on the Penobscot and the Allagash and the St. John and the Dead. So I spent a lot of my summers up here and spring times. And of course, I sailed the whole coast again and again when I was a kid. And then as an adult, as the president of the Waterkeeper Alliance, one of the founding members was Joe Payne and Casco Bay Keeper, and we have a Penobscot Bay Keeper. So I spent a lot of time in Maine growing up, and for me, it always feels like I'm coming home when I'm coming back to this state. So I'm really happy to be here. And we're going to talk about farming tonight. I'm going to just give you a little kind of my own background, which provides the basis of many of my assumptions and many of my worldview about what's happening to farming in this country. I helped found the Hudson River Keeper in 1984. And then we started suing polluters on the river. We got very well known among the water community for figuring out new ways to litigate against polluters. And the movement started to spread across the country. And Casco Bay was one of the first ones, but another one, I think the third keeper was a guy from North Carolina whose name was Rick Dove. And he had been 27 years in the Marine Corps. All the original keepers were Marines, former Marines. And the ones who started the Hudson River Keeper, they were commercial fishermen who were in a community that had the highest enlistment rate during World War II of any community in our country. And Rick Dove called us up and he wanted to start a keeper. He had left the Marines to start a commercial fishing business on the Neuse River. And he had a fish house too, like a fish shack. And so he was catching the fish and then selling them in the restaurant. And one year, I think it was 1986, all the fish had pustulant lesions on their body, every species. And Rick was the guy who connected it. It was a disease called Pfiesteria piscidia, a brand new disease. Nobody had ever heard this little ingenious microbe. It was causing brain damage to the fishermen, and it was making people sick. And they literally had to bury 1 million fish under the sand with bulldozers of Tar and Pimlico Sound. And Rick traced it to the hog industry, which at that time was just exploding. Nobody'd heard about it because it was all in rural areas. Nobody knew what was happening. And what had happened was there was a young state legislature named Murphy, Wendell Murphy. He was in the state Senate, and he looked out at what Frank Perdue and Don Tyson and Bo Pilgrim had done to the chicken industry over the previous decade, where they had figured out a new way to raise chicken in warehouses. And they had put 1.4 million chicken farmers out of business, and they had made themselves billionaires by raising birds in battery cages, little tiny cages where the bird literally can't stand up, it can't turn around. And they dose them with subtherapeutic antibiotics and hormones to cause them to literally lay their guts out over a short, miserable life. And they had transformed chicken farming in this country and turned it from a farm product into a factory product. And they were using, arsenic to promote growth and all these really, really bad stuff. Wendell Murphy said, I can do that with hogs. And he used his position as head of the Agricultural Committee in the North Carolina State Senate to pass 28 laws that made it almost illegal to sue anybody who called themselves a farm, even if they weren't really a farm, even if they were just a factory. And then he left the Senate and he went into business with Smithfield. Smithfield built a 30,000 head a day slaughterhouse in North Carolina. And they went into partnership. Murphy designed this warehouse for hogs called the Murphy 1100, meaning it could put 1,100 sows in it. And he began marketing them to some of the farmers. And then anybody who purchased one of these, they would have to mortgage their house to purchase it and mortgage their farm. And then they got the reward of a contract with Smithfield to put their hogs first in line for slaughter. And by doing this program, Smithfield there were in 1980, there were 28,000 independent hog farmers in the state of North Carolina. 8 years later, there was only 1,800 left, and they were all factories. And they were all had contracts. They were either owned by or were contracted to Smithfield. Smithfield dropped the price of pork from 62 cents a pound to 2 cents a pound, and manipulating the price. And it cost a farmer 32 cents a pound to raise that hog to kill weight. So no farmer could survive unless they with Smithfield. And when they signed that contract, they ceased being an independent family farmer. They became a serf on their own land. Because Smithfield owned the hogs, which it would drop off. It owned the feed. And the farmer owned only the manure. And Smithfield didn't tell them how to get rid of it legally. So they were dumping it into the rivers, and that's what called Pfiesteria piscidia. When that farmer had 300 hogs on a 320 half section of land, the hogs would eat, he'd raise the corn, the hogs would eat the corn, and then he would spread the manure on the farm fields, and it was kind of a rough loop. But when you put 10,000 hogs on that same piece of property, it can't absorb it anymore. So they continued to spread it, but it was all washing off into the rivers. And, you know, a hog produces 10 times the amount of waste by weight, of fecal waste by weight, as a human being. So a farm that has 30,000 hogs is the same as is producing as much waste as a city with 300,000 people. There's a single farm in the Circle 4 in Utah at Smithfield owns that has it has 1 million hogs, and it produces more waste every day than all the human beings in New York City combined. The people in New York City, there's 14 sewage treatment plants. They each cost a couple $2 billion. And you legally would have to do that with the hog farm too, because the waste is similarly noxious. But Smithfield, because it controlled the legislatures in these states, was able to exempt those facilities, and they just dumped their waste into the environment. And the farmers were no longer raising their own corn. Instead, these operations became dependent on cheap subsidized corn from the Midwest. So there were train loads of corn now coming into North Carolina every day with GMO corn from the Midwest that was cheaper than growing your own. And there was all these nutrients coming into the state, and they were ending up in the groundwater. They were ending up in the air, the water, poisoning people, reducing property values, and then giving us a kind of pork that I had to tell my kids, you're not supposed to be able to cut a pork chop with a fork. There's this like spongy, you know, tasteless, colorless product that had nothing to do with animals. It was just protein that was being grown on, you know, GMO pork as well. So, and I spent a lot of time suing Smithfield. I had probably more lawsuits against Smithfield than any other attorney in the world. And I was fighting them all over the world by the end, because then when they reduced pork to 2 cents a pound, the Iowa farmers did not want to adopt this method, but the economics forced them to. So then when Iowa did it, the entire country fell, and Canada, Alberta, I was fighting them and suing them in Alberta, fighting them all over the country. I ended up fighting them in Poland. I almost went to jail over there because there's a weird law in Poland that says if you say something bad about a corporation, you can be in prison for it. I didn't know about that law. I had to stay out of Poland for 10 years because there was a warrant for my arrest. I debated the head of Smithfield in front of the Polish parliament. But then, so I was suing this company for dumping all of its waste, polluting all these beautiful rivers, 14 rivers in North Carolina. And what they did they were destroying the landscapes, but they were also destroying the culture and the politics, because they were now controlling about 80% of pork production. They control about 30 to 40% now nationwide of pork production. They're controlling 80% of the agricultural landscapes in the state of North Carolina. Hog farming is an interesting occupation because for young farmers, it's a gateway operation, because you can get a couple of hogs, have, you know, a bunch of babies, and then you can without a lot of capital, you can start a profitable farm operation. And that was closed off, because now you couldn't do it unless you had a contract. The contract's a 5-year contract, but it takes the farmer 20 years to pay off the hog shed. So after 5 years, Smithfield comes back and renegotiates. And if it wants to force the farmer off the land and take the land from him, it can. It can say, we're not going to give you a contract, or we're going to reduce it so you can't make money. Some of the farmers I spent time with were calculating how much they were making per hour of work. They were making $2.50 an hour, right? And they were slaves on their own land. They paid the insurance, they paid the interest, they paid the waste disposal, and the amount they were getting with a pittance. As I said, 5 years later, Smithfield would come in and tell them, we're not going to give you the same price this time. We're going to lower it. And he'd have to sell the land. The only person he could sell the land to was Smithfield, because it had those hog sheds on it. It was the only thing of value. And so Smithfield ended up controlling, either owning outright or controlling all the hog production in the state. Then what happened? Smithfield sold itself to China. So China now controls 30% of the hog production in this country. They're polluting the American landscapes. They're contaminating our groundwater. And it's a colonial model. It's a foreign country coming in, owning the means of production, owning, destroying the environment, subjugating the people, all the things. And Thomas Jefferson said that American democracy was rooted in the control of the landscapes by tens of thousands of independent yeoman farmers, each with a stake in our democracy, each with a stake in our system of government. And he said, if we lose that base of land control, which had put America in contrast with Europe, because Europe was wealthy people, aristocracy owned all the land, and everybody else was renters or indentured servants or serfs on that land. And in our country, people got their own ownership, and now we're going away from that. And it's not just Smithfield, but it's BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, it's Bill Gates. It's these, big billionaires and giant corporations who have turned our country into a colony, who are turning us, who are buying up the homes in our country. Those three companies own 88% of the S&P 500. And they're now buying our agricultural landscapes, and they're buying our single family homes, our residential homes. So our kids can't afford to get in a home anymore. And we're going from a nation of an ownership society, which is free people, to a renter society. And when we do that, we go from being citizens to being subjects. And we're going to be subjects to China, to these giant corporations who have no patriotism. And, we have to put an end to it. And Maine is doing a better job probably than any state of standing up for food sovereignty, of standing up for a farm to market, of small farmers, of high quality food, of good quality food, of being, the Prime Act, which allows farmers to sell essentially directly to consumers, which I'll just tell you one of the things they did in Poland. And this is a trick that you see corporations using all over the place. But Smithfield went to Poland and bought, there was a couple of big old Soviet era slaughterhouses there. The Polish meat is famous all over the world because it's all organic, because during the Soviet era, nobody could afford chemicals. So Poland has these little tiny postage stamp farms, tens of thousands of them, and each one has a couple of cows, they have a horse, they have a chicken coop, a lot of them have pigeons, and then they have a variety of different crops. And there's actually a food tourism industry that's wonderful over there, where you go stay in a farmhouse and eat this incredible fresh food. And the big product that is famous is kielbasa sausage, and which, but it's very, very pure, really high quality meat. And each town, and sometimes many of these farms within a town, have their own.
Decades, they'll be sharing these stories with their own grandchildren at some point many years from now.
Incredible.
It's just great. It's always great to see the whole family together supporting their father.
There are going to be bad people, and there'll be murder and rape. It's unfolding Look at Laken Riley on down, and young girls being raped in broad daylight. This young girl in Texas that was killed, a mother of 5. Let me ask you one last question, if I may. And I know this was last minute. Thanks for calling in tonight. And I want to ask you about your VP choice. How soon do you think you'll be making that choice? Number one. Number two, we keep reading that there is a short list, and on the short list, we hear names like Senator Rubio, Senator Tim Scott, Senator J.D. Vance, Governor Burgum. Are those reports accurate? Are there other people maybe people aren't paying attention to? And when do you think you'll announce that?
Well, we started off with a lot of people. We have a lot of good people. As they call it, we have a great bench in the Republican Party. The names that you mentioned, absolutely, they're under consideration. And I haven't made final decision, but I have some ideas as to where we're going. And a little bit, we wanted to see what they're doing, to be honest, because, it might make a difference. I don't know. I'm not sure that it would. But there are those that say Trump's waiting until he finds out what's going to happen with crooked Joe Biden. And we'll see what happens with Biden. But, I think probably within the next week and a half, probably sometime. I'd love to do it during the convention. My people say that's a little complicated. In the old days, they would announce the vice president during the convention. Today, with modern day technology, you can't do things that you could have done 50 years ago very easily. But probably a little before the convention, but not much. It could even be during the convention that we'd do it. I'd love to do it during the convention. I think it would be a very interesting build-up and important for the convention. It would make it even more exciting. It's going to be amazing in Milwaukee.
If you announced it right now on this show, I think it would make a lot of news. I'm just saying.
Well, if I did it, I'd love to do it with you. But we'll be announcing soon, and I think everybody's going to be very, very happy. The choice will be very, very good. It's going to be a great vice president, meaning a person that can do a fantastic job as president, because you always have to think of that first. And then second, somebody that helps you get elected. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Mr. President, thank you for your time tonight. We appreciate it.
The Fauci thing is an interesting phenomena. I was not a big fan of his. As you know, he said, no, let everybody come in from China. I overrode him on that. I overrode him on a lot. But he wanted the people from China. When I heard about this, I stopped it. We had a room loaded up with people and nobody could even believe it, but I stopped it. We would have lost hundreds of thousands of people more, maybe more, much more, maybe over the millions, but hundreds of thousands of people more had I not stopped people coming in from China.
Did he lie to you about the origin of COVID?
Well, I've always said the origin was, where it came from, where it originally came from was the Wuhan lab. I happen to think it escaped from the Wuhan lab. I mean, I don't believe it came from the bats in 2,000 miles away caves.
Abattoirs, their own little slaughterhouse. So everything is done at home, right? So Smithfield came into Poland and it gave a bribe to a legislator, offered a bribe to a legislature, a state senator who told this to me. His name was Andre Lepper, of $1 million to pass legislation, and he refused it and went public. But other people apparently took it because they did pass this legislation. But the legislation said, as a matter of hygiene, every slaughterhouse in Poland has to have laser sensors on the faucets in its restrooms. The laser sensor costs tens of thousands of dollars to put that, like when you're at the airport and you can wave your hand and the faucet so you don't have to touch it. So it's a hygiene justification. The real justification is Smithfield knew that none of these little abattoirs was going to be able to afford it. So they, and it was a way of wiping out all the abattoirs and leaving them with the only slaughter capacity in the state. And you guys who are familiar with farming know 100 stories like that, where the big guys come in and fix everything. They fix the packers. There's only 4 packers. Or everything is fixed in cooperation with the government. The USDA was created to help the family farmer and to ensure a wholesome food supply. But its actual job is to do exactly the opposite. It is to give us poison, processed, addictive foods that are mass poisoning us and killing us and making us the sickest population in the world, and to do everything they can to destroy the small farmer in this country. Oh, I want to thank Maine, the state of Maine, and all of you who are involved in this for standing up for small farming and farm to market. And I'm looking forward to this discussion tonight. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I have to ask, sir. I have to ask one question, sir. When you got elected in the 2016 election, you said the first thing or one of the things you wanted to do was release the JFK file. And then you said later, I saw it and I wasn't really ready to do it. And then I saw a clip where you changed your mind and you said, I think we're ready to see this file. And I'm just curious.
What's in it?
What? No,
tell us right now.
What happened? Like what? Yeah.
I actually did do it. I released a lot, as you know, but when it came to the whole thing, I was hit by some people that worked for me that are great people that you would respect. And they asked me not to do it. And I'm saying, why? Tell me why. And they said, sir, I think it needs a little more time. And I released a lot, but I said, if they feel so strongly, I respect the people and would have done that again. But this time, I'm just going to do it.
RFK says the CIA killed his uncle. Do you believe that?
Well, this wasn't CIA that asked me, but I think CIA was probably behind it. But they didn't. They would have preferred that I not release the rest of it. So we did give quite a bit. It's going to be done early on. A lot of people want to see that. And whatever it may say, I won't say. I sort of have an idea. But whatever it is, it'll be very interesting for people to see. And we're going to have to learn from it. We have tremendous growth potential, and we have tremendous numbers of dollars that can be saved through efficiency. The way we're spending money, hundreds of billions of dollars, what Biden did with the trillions of dollars that he borrowed for COVID. Now, I had a different situation. We were getting ready to start paying off debt. We were getting ready to make a lot. We had the greatest economy in history. I had to throw a lot of money at COVID in order that we didn't end up in a 1929 type depression, which we could still end up in now because of what they've done. But I threw a lot of money in, and we ended up not in a depression. And then we ended up with a very strong, I ended up with a higher stock market than it was just previous to COVID coming in, which was pretty much of a miracle, according to most. But we had to throw money out there in order to keep our country going. We would have ended up, if I didn't do that, we would have ended up in a depression. The problem is when Biden came in, he took trillions and trillions of dollars for COVID. He didn't use it for COVID. He used it for other things, but he took trillions of dollars out, and that caused a lot of the inflation. His energy policies caused inflation, and his spending, the unbelievable spending that they did caused inflation, tremendous inflation, and it's going to have an impact for a long time to come.
Okay, you could constitutionally give people reparations for slavery. And, the case that probably the strongest case for that is the reparations that were given to Japanese whose property was stripped from them during World War II. The legacy of people who can show their slaves, that you could technically bring a case and on that issue.
So those are Americans.
Right. And that constitutionally, it would be permissible. But then you would have to get Congress to appropriate that money. And my own experiences, I just related to you with the black farmers, is even when it is a specific, quantified, with a jury trial, giving an award for specific money that was stolen, even then, a direct, provable injustice to specific people, even then Congress won't appropriate the money. You can do that heavy lift. Somebody could bring that lawsuit. It wouldn't be the president. It would be somebody bringing that lawsuit. And then the president could say, here's a bill, and I'm going to put out and make sure that that judgment gets paid. And then you would have to get it through Congress. And I'm telling you that I I don't believe that that is going to happen. We can't even get Congress to appropriate the money for those farmers, those specific individuals, not to their ancestors, but to them in particular. And Congress still won't do it. So what I'm trying to do, and I do this not with every community. I don't tell people things that they want to hear. I tell people things that I know that I can do without Congress. So I have a program, which is a program which we call Targeted Community Repair, where I am going to funnel and incentivize the transfers of capital to these communities so that they can rebuild themselves.
This might be the issue that determines the election, and many people believe it is. Are you going to do a national abortion ban? Would you support that, yes or no?
So I don't need a national ban because it's up to the states. Right now, what I did is something that people have wanted to do from day one. 51 years it's been going on. And if you remember, over the years, you're too young, but over the years, all they wanted to do is they wanted to take it out of the federal government and move it into the states. And I got that done with the selection of 3 great justices. I got it done. And it was a big thing. But I will say over the last 10 years, or maybe a little bit more than that, they started talking about the number of weeks and this and that. A lot of different subjects came in. It was no longer just simply bringing it back. Every legal scholar, from Democrat to Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted it given to the states, because from a legal standpoint, from a lot of other standpoints, including even a moral standpoint, they wanted it brought back to the states. And what I did is I got it back to the states. And now the states are in charge and the people are voting. And some votes are coming out the way certain people wanted, and some votes aren't coming out the way certain people wanted. I mean, if you look at Ohio, I would say it was a more liberal vote than people would have thought. And you could say that for Kansas. And then you look at Texas, it was a different story. But the people of the states have got that issue now, and they're voting. And the one thing that we have to remember, that there's been a lot of radicalism talked about, and the radicalism is really on the left because they're willing to do abortions in the 8th and 9th month. And even beyond that, I mean, we have some people, the governor, take a look at the governor of Virginia, the former governor of Virginia, where he talked about we will kill the baby after the baby is born. That's a very radical stance. And hopefully that's all going to be taken off the table now. But just to put it simply, it's now up to the states. And like Ronald Reagan, I'm a believer in the exceptions, the 3 exceptions, as you know, and rape, incest, life of the mother, the danger for the life of the mother. And we have a situation now where it's in the states' hands, and the states are going to be voting. The last thing people want, the people are going to be voting. The last thing people want is for that to go back into the federal government. It was always fought, and very importantly, and people wanted it, they wanted it back in the states where it belongs legally and for a lot of other reasons.
So you wouldn't support a national ban?
No, I wouldn't support a national ban. No, I would not.
Cut it to 5. Okay. Now it took 4 years of growing these out to get to enough supply that we.
What do you think? Do you think the president, maybe he's wrapping up dinner? I don't know if he eats dinner before the rally or after the rally, but I know there's a wonderful BLT Prime in this Doral luxury building right here, this hotel. So maybe he's enjoying a steak.
That's very possible, but I know he loves his crowds. He wouldn't keep them waiting for food.
I'm kidding.
But he will always sometimes say, you know, I had a hot dog before I got on stage. I can't believe the price. Melania told me to stop spending so much money. I mean, it's funny because even someone in President Trump's position understands the truth and recognizes what it means to have to spend too much money to afford day-to-day life. And he wants to change that for all of us.
Yeah. And
yeah, I mean, I was never an atheist ever. But I was raised in a deeply religious family, and I integrated that. We went to church twice a day. We said the rosary at least once a day, at least. We prayed before and after meals. We read the lives of the saints or the Bible every night. Oh, and it wasn't just my 11 siblings and parents, all 29 of the cousins were raised the same way. And, we would all see each other at church every morning, et cetera. So it was a really important part of my life. But when, my dad was killed when I was 14. I became a heroin addict when I was 15. But I was always fighting my addiction. I was taking heroin without my own permission. And I was doing that for a lot of years. And when you're doing that, when you're living against conscience, which is what happens when you're an addict, you tend to push any kind of notion of God over the periphery of your horizon. So, God had become a very, very small thing in my life. And then I had this, I was struggling. By the way, I had very iron willpower always from when I was a kid, and very good discipline. I gave up candy for Lent when I was 13. I never ate candy again until I was in college. And I gave up desserts for Lent when I was 14. I never had another dessert until I was in college. I was bulking up for sport, for rugby. And I felt I could do anything with my willpower, but this compulsion, the drug compulsion, was just impervious to it. And it was cunning, baffling, and demoralizing. And to me, the most demoralizing feature of addiction was my incapacity to keep contracts with myself. I would tell myself at 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm never going to do that again. And at 4 o'clock, I'd be doing it. And it was baffling to me.
We know Byron is here. We know Marco Rubio is here.
Yes.
We've got his Florida people here. We don't know if he has Tim Scott with him. We don't know if Doug Burgum is with him. We don't know.
We don't know. I mean, he could be with an entourage.
Maybe Ron DeSantis is with him, for all we know.
He could be with a lot of secret special guests, which I expect he might be.
Maybe Tucker Carlson is with him. I mean,
Actually, you
we
never
just
know.
don't
You don't know.
We just don't know. Oh, by the way, you guys can't see this, but we're looking out. So there's these little clouds, and then the sun rays are like coming down onto the flags, and it looks like God is illuminating light on the American flag. And I'm going to start crying just saying that out loud because it's that beautiful.
So we know that Marco Rubio was on like that real VP shortlist.
Yes, he is.
Does the fact that he spoke first make it more likely or less likely that he will be VP, in your opinion? Because listen, I could also see President Trump wanting to come out on stage with his VP. So if that's the case, then Rubio speaking first might be less likely that he would be the pick, or there could be the other possibility.
Maybe Ben Carson.
That he is. I don't know. Trump has left us guessing. Your guess is as good as mine. If you're on Rumble, leave a comment in the chat who you think the VP might be.
Please tell us what you think. We are about to watch history potentially. It's always history when President Trump talks, but tonight could be a true history-making moment that the nation will remember forever. It'll be in the history books. Trump making an announcement for his VP for the 2024 run in his own home in Doral, Miami. I mean, that's big news if that happens. That's huge, in the words of President Trump. Huge news. I also think what's fun is that we will all walk away tonight saying we were there, we were in this moment, and you watching will be able to say the same thing. Now, if it doesn't happen tonight, that's okay. I trust this president to do whatever is in the best interest of the American people. And whatever that decision is, whether it's his choice, whether he makes the announcement, whatever President Trump does, I'm very loyal to him. I always have been. And my loyalty says, I trust him. Whatever he does, it's the right decision for us.
Why don't we you want to step aside and get another shot of that crowd?
Let's do that.
People are dancing to the Dancing Queen.
Yes.
And
let's do it.
It's exciting. It's amazing.
And you can see all the dancing queens out there tonight.
Dancing kings and queens. Got both. A huge group. I mean, those bleachers right behind where the main stage is filled with Trump 2024 signs. And then you got all the VIP, what it looks to be the VIP section, to the left of the stage from our vantage point, to President Trump's right. And then you have the great, beautiful American flags on the right-hand section of the stage. And then you have about, maybe two.
President Biden attempting to squash any fears about his age in a new political ad for battleground states.
I know I'm not a young man, but I know how to do this job. When you get knocked down, you get back up.
Senator Rand Paul has been sounding the alarm on the president's mental acuity for months, and he joins us now. Senator, good morning. Great to see you. So just Team Biden's trying to argue that the president is fit for the job, that he may be older, but what we saw last Thursday night was not normal. Definitely not. What was your take on watching the president, given your observations over the past couple of months?
My concern is that weakness invites tragedy. With the evacuation in Afghanistan, and this is, a year or two ago now, the weakness of it, retreating from a commercial airport instead of retreating if we were going to leave from the Air Force Base at Bagram, which would have been a much more sound military strategy. In that weakness, 13 soldiers died. But then the reaction also comes from a point of weakness and perhaps related to senility, is that he overreacts. And so he says, well, we must do something, and I must show that I'm not weak. And so there's an overreaction, and they killed an aid worker and several children with a drone because we must do something. The world thinks I'm weak. Americans think I'm weak. They think I'm ineffectual, so I have to do more. So really the problem with weakness often isn't inaction, it's overaction and response. But it also sends a signal to the world that America doesn't know what it's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And, we saw the warnings from Khomeini recently from the Ayatollah saying something's going to happen somewhere around the world at one of your bases. And I take that at face value. And I think we have to be prepared. But I think we have to be cognizant that weakness leads to overreaction, could lead to something much worse.
Yeah, the country is facing big issues, big threats. The New York Times puts it this way. They said the image of the nation has become some combination of unhinged and doddering, especially striking at a time when the U.S. is supposed to be leading the fight against a rising alliance of autocracies that includes China, Russia, and Iran. Also, of course, Senator, over the weekend, the U.S. military was warned in Europe that a credible intel threat for a terrorist attack was in place over the next week or so. So while back home, we're having this debate about Joe Biden's mental acuity and, trying to debunk these lies from the White House about whether he actually is having these problems or not, the rest of the world is watching, and the adversaries, as you say, are taking advantage of that weakness.
Well, and I think that you can see in contrast Donald Trump. Donald Trump, probably like very few other leaders, projects strength. He sometimes is bombastic, but nobody believes that he will sit idly by. But interestingly, and I've been around him when we were attacked, we had a drone shot down by the Iranians, and around him were many other people like, we've got to do something. We must bomb Tehran. We must invade Iran. And his response was much more reasoned, but his response was also such that he cared about every soldier, and he knew for every reaction there'd be a reaction, and that he was concerned, how many Iranian soldiers will we kill? How many will they come back and kill? And it was a very thoughtful process, much more so than I think people give Donald Trump credit for. But I think by projecting strength, you're allowed to have a more measured response. If you project weakness, like Biden does, then you become hysterical that I must do something. I must do something. We must attack. We must invade, because otherwise I will look weak. Right. So I think if you can project strength like Donald Trump does, it may actually save us and prevent us from entering into war needlessly.
Yeah, panic never gives us good results in terms of policy, whether it's domestic or foreign policy. Senator, you've been a supporter of President Trump. The RNC convention is in about 2 weeks' time in Milwaukee. Are you going to give him your full endorsement?
I have told them I'm persuadable, but I'm going to need a little bit more of a conversation. If they're willing to have the conversation, I'm open to the discussion.
On what issue specifically?
Well, the debt. I mean, there was about $8 trillion worth of debt added under the Trump administration. There will be about $8 trillion added under the Biden administration. I'm a deficit hawk. I ran for Congress because we have so much debt added. And so we have to do a better job on draining the swamp. The FDA under Trump with Scott Gottlieb, he went right out the revolving door back over to Pfizer and then began suppressing speech on Twitter. So there are some things I would like help with the COVID investigation. And if Donald Trump is willing to say, when I am elected, I'm going to release all of the information for the presidency for my investigation, that would go a long way towards getting me.
Okay, well, if you decide to do the endorsement, please come back and let us know. Senator Rand Paul, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
On the off chance that you're not elected in November and that Donald Trump is elected, would you be willing to work for him in some capacity to do what you're talking about?
I don't think so. I mean, I would listen to a proposal, but I don't think so. I don't think.
You wouldn't serve your country?
Well, I'm not confident that I could do that. If I had that confidence, I would. I think. I don't think. Anyway,
what you've been talking about. I mean, the backstory, because we don't have the time, but we're talking about America. And when I interviewed your cousin, Caroline Kennedy, at one point we were talking about how your uncle, Teddy, would exhort you cousins to memorize Longfellow's poem, Paul Revere's Ride. And it reminded me of a different America, you know, because when people talk about, say, I'm a Kennedy Democrat, that's pretty dramatically different than what the party has become. There was a love of country. And I think that when you talk about your uncle's desire, your father's desire to right these wrongs, there's something noble about that. And it's hard not to admire that. And to think that we're 6 decades along and that we're still dealing with this stuff. Most Americans still aren't awake to the narrative. I mean, you know, you're giving us chapter and verse on where the bullets were, and most Americans think, oh, Sirhan, you know, Lee Harvey, you know, and again, not that that's the most important thing, but it points to the deeper truth that we're supposed to be a self-governing people, and it seems that some of the forces that you've been working against have been. They're taking great pains to demonize anybody like you that would question the narrative, and so it seems to me that you have to have hope that people are waking up. I mean, did the 51 people who signed that document denouncing the Hunter Biden laptop as Russian disinformation? I mean, I think that there are many Americans that are aware that something very nasty is going on, that we've got to do something about it. And I just think that whether you are in the White House or outside of the White House, that you know, you're uniquely appointed to be working for this. So I'd like to think that America would mean enough to you that.
You know, I would, first of all,
and by the way, if Biden should win, I don't think you're getting a call from him, by the way.
No, I'm not. But I do want to just emphasize what you just said about those people here may not know what you're talking about. I think most of them do, but there were 51 high-level acting or inactive CIA officials who signed a letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, which was a lie. It was tampering with the US election, what they were doing. And it was the CIA tampering with the US election. And the fact that, you know, I mean, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump's, and one of the reasons that I don't think I'd go to work for him is because he offered me a job in the last administration, and then he took $1 million from Pfizer, and then.
I mean, I've heard that story, and I think a lot of us were in a different place at that time. A lot of us have a very different view of Pfizer and Moderna than we did at that point, and actually a very different view of many things than we did at that point.
When somebody looks you in the eye and tells you, I want you to do this, and then, you know, it was a big cost for me to go announce that I'm joining the Trump administration, an enormous cost. And then, you know, and then nothing is there. It makes you less willing to, you know, then entrust to trust that person again. So, you know, like I said, I would listen to a proposal. My objective is to help my country. I don't know what you're talking about, 9/11. I don't recall saying anything about 9/11.
It came out of the
you know,
Bergen
I'm
interview.
called a conspiracy.
Came out of, you know what I'm talking about. It came out of the Bergen interview.
I do not know.
Well, in the Bergen
what you're
interview
talking
where you
about.
were saying you're not sure what happened. You know what I'm talking about, Bobby. I'm not, you know me. I'm not trying to be sneaky about it.
You mentioned 9/11. The official explanation of 9/11 you buy?
Which is what?
Al-Qaeda attacked us on 9/11.
I don't know what happened on 9/11. I mean, I understand what the official explanation is. I understand that there is dissent. I have not looked into it. I haven't examined it. I'm not a good person to talk to about it.
Well, I mean, so there's doubt in your mind that Al-Qaeda was responsible?
Well, I don't know. You know, I know that there's strange things that happen that don't seem.
What are the strange things?
Well, one of the buildings came down that wasn't hit by a plane. So, you know, it was building 7 or building 10.
That collapsed because 2 of the world's biggest buildings collapsed on top of it.
No, they didn't collapse on top of it. My offices were down there. My offices were closed.
So one of the buildings next to the Trade Center.
No, there's pictures of it collapsing. There's nothing collapsing on top of it. I mean, listen, I don't want to argue any theories about this because all I've heard is questions. I have no explanation. I have no knowledge of it. But what you're repeating now, I know not to be true.
To clarify, yes, I could have been more precise here. The government's official report found that Building 7 was hit with debris from the North Tower. That impact caused fires, which led to the building collapse. It's very well documented, and there's nothing strange about it.
I'm not trying to be coy, Chris. I think if you go back and look at that interview or any interview, I never voiced a conspiracy theorist. I may say, I don't know what the facts are, or, you know, I'm willing to question government orthodoxies, but I never advanced a theory about what happened on 9/11. I can tell you that.
On 9/11, here was my concern about it. After you did the Bergen interview, when people started to process it, they said, hey, you know, you are having Bobby Kennedy on, and he says he doesn't know what happened on 9/11. I went back and I read the whole transcript of the interview. I believe that that's not a fair reading. You did say, I don't know what happened on 9/11, but I do understand the government's reckoning of it, and I don't have any reason to not believe it. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that you don't know whether you believe what the government says happened on 9/11? This matters.
Well, I don't, you know, listen, I've been around long enough that I question everything that the government tells me. And I think people who don't question what the government tells them are not paying attention. You know, when I was a kid, the government didn't lie to us. And 80% of Americans in 1960 believed that the government didn't lie to us. And then a lot of things happening. One, my uncle's assassination.
Right.
And, you know, the Warren Commission report, which a subsequent congressional investigation came to a completely different conclusion than the Warren Commission report, a congressional investigation that was much more thorough. Then the Pentagon Papers came out in 1973 and showed that the government had systematically lied to us about the war in Vietnam. And since that time, I think you and I grew up in an era, Chris, where we expect the government to lie to us. So I think part of being a citizen in a democracy is to question authority, to question everything. Trust in the experts is not a feature of science, and it's not a feature of democracy. It is a feature of totalitarianism, and it's a feature of religion. But we live in a democracy, and it's science, but our policies have to be science-based. And so we need to question everything. And when new facts come, we need to question them again. And so, I'm not going to say,
Understood, but you're not pitching. You're not pitching an alternate theory. You're not pitching an alternate theory of what happened on 9/11.
No, I've never pitched.
Okay.
I've never pitched an alternate theory.
There's a lot in the air accusing you of it. I want to give you the opportunity to address it, and you have. That's what we do here. So, Bobby Kennedy, again, I've known you a long time. People know that we've been friends for a long time. I don't do you any favors if I don't tell you what they're saying about you and give you a chance to handle it on your own terms for this audience. And that's what you'll get every time out.
Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate it. I've told you before, I want you to always be tough on me, and you're a good journalist, and I appreciate that.
It's not tough. It's just fair. If they're going to say it about you, I should say it to you and give you a chance to deal with it face-to-face with the audience. You can come after me when I see you in person. Bobby Kennedy Jr., thank you for taking the opportunity. Happy Easter.
Thanks for having me, Chris. Happy Easter to you and your family.
Somebody who needs to be part of the conversation of what does it mean if Biden is on the fall is the third party candidate, independent presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, he has said many times, I'm the only one who can beat Trump. And now, maybe that's true out of the three, but polls show that there are a lot of people that polling-wise would have a chance against Trump. But Bobby is a target because he is a threat, I believe, to the Democrats. Some will say to the Republicans as well. But either way, he's going to get hit. And Vanity Fair did just that today. They brought out an article that goes back and rakes through Bobby's closet, and there's plenty of skeletons in there. And they got allegations of past sexual misconduct, personal misconduct. Kennedy has responded to the allegations, and he did something unusual, I think, in this day and age. The playbook is Trump's, right? Deny, 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 deny. They're a liar. Vanity Fair's is fake news, blah, 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 right? Bobby did not deny them. He said, I'm not a church boy. I have skeletons in my closet. I am who I am. And you know what? That's good enough for me. You can find out what's happened in his past. I knew about it in real time. You want to know? You can know it's there. To me, I don't think those kinds of questions determine who should be and should not be leaders. I think it's about what he can do for you, not what you just think about him and his past. So I want to talk to Bobby about what's going on in the race and what it means for him, and he joins us now. Bobby, thank you for joining us.
Hey, Chris, happy to be here.
Do you believe Biden has to go, and do you think he does go?
I can't, I try not to make predictions, and I try not to do spin because it feels dishonest to me. But I think, if what KJP, his press secretary, was saying was that this was a bad night for him, and that could be true. If it is true, the way to dispel that is to do, is to come out in the open, do his own press conferences, do unscripted meetings, not only with George Stephanopoulos, but KGB said during that press conference, he's done 40 interviews over the last 6 months. I do 40 interviews a week, and you have a lot of and not to just curated questions to friendly pundits, but to people who are very hostile to me. Long-form interviews on podcasters that are exploring all different ways that I'm thinking. And, I think the American people deserve that. Town halls, debates, all of those kind of things, because this is the guy that we're entrusting. Take that call at 3 o'clock in the morning. And,
right.
When he's being pushed down, woken up out of his bed and pushed down the hallway, and he has to make a decision that's going to affect all of humanity and have tremendous consequences for our children. we need to have somebody who is, at the top of his cognitive capacity, who has mental acuity, has deep understanding of these issues that he can draw on. And I'm not sure that's it. The other thing that KGB said is, well, it doesn't matter if he's cognitively impaired because he's done such a great job over the last 4 years. Most Americans don't agree with that. Most Americans are fighting the worst inflation since the 1970s. They feel like they're being gaslighted. We have the biggest deficit, this ruinous deficit that's threatening that's threatening existentially our nation. We have the Sinaloa drug cartel running border policy. We have kids who can't get in a house for the first time in American history. A generation of children who's going to live worse than their parents. We have a chronic disease epidemic. We're embroiled in all of these wars. We're losing a war in Ukraine that they've been lying about. And, those issues. So I don't think he can run on that record. I think he needs to be able to come forward and assure us that he can actually run the country and not just some anonymous men in lanyards who have never been elected and who appear to be calling their shots now at Washington.
Bobby, I think that there's a connection between what Vanity Fair was trying to do and some of what I've been hearing as I try to get a sense of the state of play by people who are in the analysis business and running numbers for different campaigns. Because when I look at your numbers, and obviously you can find 10 different polls that tell you 10 different stories, but you have not been gaining as Biden starts to have more and more questions about him. Your numbers aren't popping, let's say that. And then I start talking to people, and then I see Vanity Fair, and it all seems to be part of a same fundamental misgiving, which is that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is not your typical Kennedy. He's a radical, and he has radical ideas, anti-vaxxer being one of them. You've explained your position here multiple times. I don't see you as an anti-vaxxer, but I understand the criticism. They're now calling out your VP choice, saying that she says that the government is satanically possessed. I don't believe that's a fair reading of what she said, but it doesn't matter. It seems that that's what they're doing with you, is that you are not a legit choice because you are a kook and your VP choice is kooky. What do you want people to know about that notion about you?
Well, I would say, Chris, you've been around politics long enough to know that, and you've seen what happened to Bernie Sanders, and you've seen what happened to
it's a good comparison.
Who challenge official orthodoxies, who challenge these power centers. There's never been a candidate in American history who has challenged, for example, the intelligence agencies and the CIA in the way that I have. I'm challenging the military-industrial complex, the big contractors, the big financial houses who I call out by name: BlackRock, Blackstone, State Street, Vanguard, Fidelity, the people who fund the Democratic Party, who fund the Republican Party. I'm calling out the pharmaceutical companies, the chemical companies, the big food processors, big ag, trillions of dollars that are at stake now, and people who do not want me in the White House. So these same corporations have given $3 billion to the DNC. The DNC has an unprecedented opposition research group that is digging up dirt on me. I'm having people called, people that I attended a 12-step meeting with 40 years ago who are getting the call from the DNC. People that I just literally hundreds of people looking for any shred of dirt about me. And then, Vanity Fair gave them a dumpster to put all this stuff in. You can tell, the quality of their research from the fact that they said that they did this story that I ate a dog, and they have a picture of me supposedly eating a dog. And of course, it's not a dog. And they said I was eating a dog in Korea, and that they had checked with experts, metadata experts, and identified it as Korea, and checked with veterinarians who validated that it was a dog, and it's a goat, and it's in Patagonia, and it's a river trip that I used to do on a big whitewater river called the Futalefu every year, and it's big kayaking trip that where that's what we ate. That's what everybody eats down there is goats. So, but the irony is Vanity Fair is the most persistent complaint against me is that I'm promoting misinformation, but that whole article is just a dumpster of misinformation. But that's what they're going to do. And we know they're going to do it. In fact, they say it in the article. We are going to destroy Robert Kennedy. So I think, but my feeling is that when I walk on the street, when I go through an airport, when I walk down the block in any city in America, and the enthusiasm for my campaign, the huge crowds that we're getting that are undiminished by this. And I think they've seen it before. They know that this is what the mainstream media does. So hopefully they'll read it with a discerning eye.
Bobby, I want you to have a discerning eye too, and look out to see if people seem to not be bringing their pets to rallies where you're going to attend or any speech you're going to give. Listen, I got to tell you, I'll take you at your word. I've known you a long time. But how crazy a world is this? Who could you have ever imagined that you and I would be talking on television? You're running for president. A grand ambition, and I'm asking you about whether or not it's true that you ate a dog. Can you believe that that's where we are? That's what Vanity Fair wanted. That's where we are.
There is nothing about this conversation that I could ever imagine even a year ago. So, that you are where you are, that and we've known each other for, 20 or 30 years. That I'm running for president and that I'm being accused of eating a dog. No, I would not believe any of those things. I am a very adventurous eater, Chris. I think you know about that about me. I'll eat virtually anything. There's two things I wouldn't eat. Well, three. I wouldn't eat a human. I wouldn't eat a monkey. And I wouldn't eat a dog. I think I'd eat anything else, but I just couldn't bring myself to do those things. So it is a goat, and you are what you eat.
The goat, the greatest of all time. Is that what you're saying about yourself, Bobby Kennedy? Such arrogance. Listen, this is going to be the most important phase of the race, the next 3 or 4 weeks. There may be big cataclysmic change in the Democratic Party. This is a period of reassessment. I don't think people have to, but again, I think they get to make a fresh appraisal. You have a platform here to make a case to the American people, as do all the candidates. And I wish you well in that process. Thank you for coming on and answering the questions.
Thanks for having me, Chris. Always enjoy being with you.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com, newsnationnow.com.
And have laying hens and raise sheep and grow our own grains to feed our animals. And there's Brendan and I are the farm owners, and we have 3 sons and 12 employees, and we deliver our products all over the state of Maine.
I guess what you were talking about with Smithfield and that business model of farming, I think the way we farm really goes against that way of doing it, in that we grow all the grain that we feed our pigs. Our pigs are out on pasture at this time of year. We then they get moved once a week to a new piece of pasture. The land's then plowed and we grow winter wheat. The wheat straw beds the cows. The wheat grain either gets milled into flour for human consumption or feeds the pigs that fertilize the grain. So there's really no pollution in that way from our farm. We also raise all of our, we rely on very few off-farm inputs. So we raise our own grain to feed our pigs and chickens. We grow all of our own hay for our dairy herd. We don't buy any bedding for our cows. It's all straw from the grain that we grow. We do all of our own deliveries. So we don't have a contract with any dairy buyer. We work with a couple of smaller processors to process our meat. We also distribute for other smaller farms to justify the cost of refrigerated trucks and delivery drivers. And so I really feel like that's the type of farm that can feed the United States when we saw during COVID that very quickly the supermarket shelves are empty. And since we are not part of that industrial food chain, it doesn't really affect us. We basically process all of our own stuff and deliver it to the store. You place an order, we deliver it. And we also have 12 people who make a living and pay their mortgages and feed their families from working on our team at our farm. Yeah. Great. So you should talk more about the PFAS impact.
Yeah, so here we were. We thought that we had a beautiful farm and we were feeding people beautiful, healthy food, and didn't know anything about PFAS at all. And then customers started asking, hey, have you heard about PFAS? Have you tested for it? And we said, no, but we should test for it. And we went ahead and tested our milk. We were told not to test it because we wouldn't want to know, but we did. So we tested our milk, and at the same time we tested our water, and we tested the feed we were feeding the cows. We do work with a lot of other farmers in our community, and we had bought in this hay from a neighbor farm who later found out had a lot of sludge spread on their fields. And when we got the test results back, the numbers in the cow's milk was really high. We were lucky that the water was clean, and it was the feed that was really high and contaminating the cows and then the milk that we were sending out. So as soon as we found out, we sat down together and started to run through the scenarios. What are we going to do? Obviously, we didn't want to continue to
Houston. And I won't forget the men who died. I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Thank you very much. Thank you. And hello, Doral. I love Doral. Hello, Miami, and hello, Florida. Thank you. There is nowhere else I'd rather be on this beautiful, cold, very cold summer evening than right here in the middle of the 10th hole. Beautiful hole, isn't it? Look at that lake. Isn't it beautiful? On one of the greatest golf courses on earth. And we really want to thank all of the tens of thousands of people that showed up. This is a lot of people. This is a lot of people. As the world can see, we are under the leadership. The Republican Party is bigger, stronger, more vibrant, and more united than ever, ever, ever before. Every day we are welcoming more Americans to our ranks, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, young people, old people, union members, non-union members. Basically, everyone is joining our movement because it's a movement of common sense. It's common sense. Whatever happened to common sense in government? We've got it. We've got more than anybody's ever had. Meanwhile, the radical left Democrat Party is divided in chaos and having a full-scale breakdown, all because they can't decide which of their candidates is more unfit to be president, sleepy, crooked Joe Biden or laughing Kamala. Laughing Kamala. As you know, in our recent debate, and in honor of all of you, I dealt Joe Biden, even according to the fake news media, the most decisive and overwhelming defeat in the history of presidential debates. I think so, right? I think so. And that was a big crowd that was watching. That was one of the highest rated shows ever on television. So I'm honored to be a part of it. I don't think he's too happy, but, I like being a part of it. But even CNN said as I walked off the stage that it was one of the greatest performances they've ever seen. But it was sort of easy, if you want to know the truth. Our victory was so absolute that Joe's own party now wants him to throw in the towel and surrender the presidency after a single 90-minute performance. They want Crooked Joe out of the race. It's a shame the way they're treating him. But don't feel sorry for him. He's a very bad guy. He weaponized government. Remember that. He's a very bad guy. Don't feel sorry for him. So tonight I'm officially offering Joe the chance to redeem himself in front of the entire world. So Marco and Byron and everybody, here's what we're going to do. You guys can be referees if you like. Let's do another debate this week so that Sleepy Joe Biden can prove to everyone all over the world that he has what it takes to be president. But this time it will be man to man, no moderators, no holes barred. Just name the place, anytime, anywhere. And in the debate, Sleepy Joe also declared that he wanted to test his skills and stamina against mine on the golf course. Can you believe this? Did you ever see him swing? He's like this. That's why this evening I am also, and this is in honor of you and everybody, it is at 45,000 people. That's a lot of people. I'm also officially challenging Crooked Joe to an 18-hole golf match right here. On Doral Blue Monster, considered one of the greatest tournament golf courses anywhere in the world, one of the great courses of the world. It will be among the most watched sporting events in history, maybe bigger than the Ryder Cup or even the Masters. And I will even give Joe Biden 10 strokes aside. 10 strokes, that's a lot. That means 20 strokes in case you don't play golf. I will give him 10 strokes aside, and if he wins, I will give the charity of his choice, any charity that he wants, $1 million. And I'll bet you he doesn't take the offer. I would bet because he's all talk. But what that match will do is prove that Joe is, in fact, all talk and no action. But on many things, not just golf. When pilots walk into the White House, he says he used to fly planes. He didn't. When truckers come in, he says he used to drive a truck. He didn't. When Jewish people are here, he always attended synagogues, he said, the Jewish people. He didn't attend a synagogue. Did he ever see a synagogue? He doesn't know what a synagogue is. When black people come, he spent his Sundays in black churches. All of it's false, all of it's fake. He's a fake. Unfortunately, he was like that in Afghanistan. He was like that with Russia, Ukraine, and he was like that on October 7th and the attack in Israel. He didn't know what he was doing. But whatever else can be said about Crooked Joe Biden, You have to give him credit for one brilliant decision, probably the smartest decision he's ever made. He picked Kamala Harris as his vice president. No, it was brilliant because it was an insurance policy, maybe the best insurance policy I've ever seen, Marco. If Joe had picked someone even halfway competent, they would have bounced him from office years ago, but they can't because she's got to be their second choice. She has no choice and no chance. As vice president, Kamala Harris was given two jobs, two very important jobs, actually. First, she was put in charge of the U.S. border security and the border. And she never showed up. She's never gone. She never went there once. And the border's the worst border in the history of the world, not just in the number of years, the worst. We had the best border in history. She has the worst border in the history of the world. And then she was sent to Europe to deter Russia from attacking Ukraine. How did that work out? Not too good. Both times the result was a deadly failure. Since Kamala was made border czar, the Biden-Harris administration has lost track of an estimated 150,000 children, many of whom have undoubtedly been raped, trafficked, killed, or horribly abused. I think of it, 150,000 children are missing. They're gone. Nobody knows where they are. Many are not with us any longer. She's 100% for the Green New scam, supports banning the sale of gas-powered cars. Who wants to drive an electric car for the rest of your life? Does anybody? You don't want to drive for 45 minutes and then stop for 3 hours. Is that what you're saying? And wants the American energy industry totally shut down, starting with Pennsylvania fracking and Texas drilling. No drilling in Texas, no fracking in Pennsylvania. We just got a poll from Pennsylvania with 12 points up. That's a lot. We got a poll from Texas with 16 points up. And we have some great people from Texas here tonight. And as a senator, Kamala sided with socialist Bernie Sanders. He's a real socialist. He's serious, but not as bad as Biden turned out to be. Bernie's embarrassed by some of the things that Biden did because they push him around. It's the ultra far left government takeover of the entire healthcare system. And I don't think Kamala Harris's California socialism is going to go down well with the people of Doral, the people of Miami, or the people of Florida. Because in Florida, we don't like socialism. We want our freedom, right? We want our freedom. And we have a lot of people, Marco, from Cuba, from Venezuela, from all over. And they don't want to hear about socialism or communism. Thank you. Despite all the Democrat panic this week, the truth is it doesn't matter who they nominate because we are going to beat any one of them in thundering landslides. And this November is going to be amazing, going to be the most important election in the history of our country because our country's going down the tubes. That's a nice way of saying our country's not doing too well. We've never had anything like it. Our borders, our economy, the worst inflation ever. We have the politics on our side. We have the policies on our side that will make America great again, and they don't. They will only continue to destroy our nation. Our nation is being destroyed. Joe, Kamala, and the entire Democrat establishment have been caught red-handed in the thick of the biggest scandal and the biggest cover-up. It's a cover-up. That's what it is. And I said it when they hit this guy in the basement and then they cheated on the election. It's a cover-up. It's the biggest cover-up in political history. As you know, they are all co-conspirators in the sinister plot to defraud the American public about the cognitive abilities of the man in the Oval Office. Sometimes he's there, not there often. Laughing Kamala, Laffin apostrophe, laughing. Laughing Kamala was in on it. Crazy Nancy Pelosi, who, by the way, is also very cognitively impaired. Have you watched her lately? She's not doing too well. She's not doing too well. I think she's worse than Joe. You want to know that? She was in on it, crying. Chuck Schumer. You ever see him cry? He cries when the phoniest crying I've ever seen. Crying Chuck Schumer was in on it. Every Democrat cabinet member was in on it. They all knew this guy was grossly incompetent, and every Democrat in the House and the Senate was in on it. It was a scam. The American people can never trust this group of liars ever again. They've put our country at great risk and danger. That's why we are going to sweep them all out of office this November. I believe it'll be an election like no other. But the biggest problem for the radical left Democrats is that their candidates are very much, if you take a look, mentally deficient. Is that a nice statement? They are mentally deficient. I'm saying that because the other term is too tough. The biggest problem is that their policies are no good. Their policies are horrible. Americans want strong borders, not open borders. We want low taxes, not high taxes. You know, they want to increase your taxes 4 times by 4 times. We want a strong military, not a woke military. We don't have a woke. We have some woke generals at top, but they'll be gone so fast your head will spin. But we have a great military. We have a military that defeated ISIS in 4 weeks once I got in. We want no inflation, not 30 or 50% inflation, which is what you had. Think of it. You were destroyed. People were destroyed with the inflation. I don't even order bacon anymore. You know, bacon's gone up like 5. I said, it's too expensive. I don't want it. I don't want it. No, it's gone up many times, right? Byron likes bacon. Bacon, I think maybe, how many stand up, Byron? Byron, how good is Byron? They say it's gone up 4 times 4 times. So we don't eat bacon anymore, right? No more. We want American energy independence, not all electric cars and the Green New Scam. It's the greatest scam. Above all, we want America first, not America last. They want America last. What they're doing to our country is not even believable. That's why Florida is going to defeat the radical left Democrat hoaxers and liars. And the election day, we are going to tell crooked Joe Biden, Joe, you've done a horrible job. You're fired. Get out, Joe. You're fired. You know, it's only 103 degrees out here. So, you know, they built all these, they call them, sir, we have many water spots. I said, what about one for me? Do I have one? I don't have one, Marco. They gave water spots. Everybody has, they call it a water spot. Where water comes out, you get, they don't have anything for me. I'm being drenched up here. With your vote, I will begin saving our country from every Biden disaster, starting the moment I lift my hand from the Bible after taking the oath of office. We're going to do it on day 1. On day 1, we're going to do it. I will seal the border, stop the invasion. We have an invasion coming through our southern border. And by the way, you know who wants that? You know who wants that invasion stopped the most? Hispanic people, because they don't want their jobs taken. They don't want their homes taken. And you know who it affects the most is black people, because these people are coming in and taking jobs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. What they've done to our country is unbelievable. But we want to send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home where they belong. Remember, as I said, they come from prisons, they come from jails. All these countries are at record low numbers of crime. They're sending us their criminals from Caracas and Venezuela. Caracas, Venezuela. Next year we'll meet in Venezuela because it will be safe. Their crime has gone down 72% because they've sent all of their drug dealers, their criminals, and most of their prisoners into our country. But that's true with most countries. And if I were running one of the countries throughout the world, not just in South America, I would be doing exactly the same thing. I would have done it faster than they've done it. But our country is being destroyed. 2 weeks ago, it was revealed that Biden and Harris have allowed more than 50 radical Islamic terrorists, some of the worst in the world, by the way, to cross our border and remain at large in our country, and we have no idea where they are. They have no idea also where these terrorists are, but Joe and Kamala are simply carrying on with business as usual, holding fundraisers, taking afternoon naps. And as Joe says, I want to go to the beach today. The guy thinks he looks good in a bathing suit. Did you ever? No, somebody in his staff told him, you look great in a bathing suit. He can't lift the chair. You know, those chairs are meant for children and old people to lift. Old people and children. And he can't lift them. They weigh about 4 ounces. When I'm president, I promise you this, I will not rest until we have found these radical Islamic terrorists and throw them the hell out of our country. We're going to get them out of here. And we will not let them back in. So many people, very few were thrown out, but the ones that came back in during this Biden administration of open borders, who the hell wants open borders? How crazy is it? Under the Biden border disaster, other countries are emptying out their prisons and their jails. They're emptying out their mental institutions. And I go a step further. You know what an insane asylum is, right? Did anyone ever see the lovely movie Silence of the Lambs? Did you see it? Did you ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a lovely man. He would love to have you for dinner. He will take you. You had many people for dinner. Well, we have a lot of people coming in. They always say, oh, that's terrible, that Trump would say. He is rambling about Hannibal Lecter. No, I'm not rambling. That's who we are allowing people from insane asylums and mental institutions into our country by the tens of thousands. And they're closing them down in other countries. Because, you know, the cost savings and all of the savings, and sending bloodthirsty terrorists, savage gang members, and child predators into the United States to prey on our people, to prey on you, to prey on everybody. They're coming not only from South America, but from all over the world, from Asia, Africa, and every other place. They're coming from all over the world. 2 weeks ago, I spoke to the grieving mother, Jocelyn Nungari, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who is tied up, stripped, assaulted, raped, strangled to death after walking the block to a 7-Eleven store on the corner. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder. Beautiful, beautiful girl. The mother is devastated. Pretty much, I would say, over. The mother, I don't know. I spoke to the mother. Mother is just as you would be, as anybody would be. But charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens who Joe Biden set loose into our country. He let them loose, and they knew who they were. They came across our border claiming they feared for their lives. No, other people they feared for their lives when they saw these 2 guys. They didn't fear at all. They had no fear. They're tough people. And Joe Biden and his group of people let them in. We're going to bring back, by the way, we're bringing back Tom Homan. We're bringing back all of the guys that did such a great job on the border. We had the greatest border in history. Brandon Judd, great people. These are great people. One of them was in the country for only 20 days before ending Jocelyn's beautiful American life, and recently in Virginia at Trump National Golf Club in the Potomac River, I had lunch with the mother of and the sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old beautiful mother of 5 who was attacked, raped, and brutally murdered while out on a run. She was running. She always wanted to keep herself in good shape, her mother told me. She was a beautiful person. Police believe the sadistic monster charged with Rachel's death first killed another woman in another country, then fled across Joe Biden's wide open border into the United States, after which he attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. When I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of our American suburbs and cities and towns. We're going to stop it. We will shut down deadly sanctuary cities. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We will close up our border, and we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. And on day 1, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. We have no choice. And as I say, and I say it all the time, and I already said it to you, no one has been hurt more by the Biden invasion than our great African American and Hispanic American populations. Under Crooked Joe, 109% of all net job creation over the last year has gone to migrants. Did you know that? Almost every job that was created has gone to migrants. In fact, more than every job. It's crushing wages for American workers, draining resources for American citizens, and stealing American jobs. And they are stealing them at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Joe Biden wants to be the president for illegal aliens, but I will be the president for law-abiding Americans of every background, every walk of life, and every race, religion, color, and creed. Joe Biden's job numbers are fake. They're fake numbers, and the fake media knows it, but they don't look at all of them back there. Oh, that's a lot, Marco. That's a lot, Marco. I think they probably think I'm going to be announcing that Marco is going to be vice president. I don't know. Because that's a lot of press. That's a lot of press. They're also overwhelmingly part-time jobs, which really means that they're second jobs of people who are struggling to get by. They're being taken by the illegal migrants that are coming into our country in these record numbers. We've never seen anything. It is indeed an invasion. When I return to the White House, I will once again be the greatest jobs president that God has ever created. And like we had 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, we will have full-time jobs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. We had the greatest economy in the history of the planet. Well-paying jobs and jobs that can support a home and a family very, very easily. We had it all. As everyone knows, the Biden economy is a nightmare for working families under Crooked Joe. Inflation, price hikes, and they've cost, listen to this, $28,000. $28,000. And you know, under Trump, you made $14,000. That's a big swing. Under Biden and Harris, half of Americans are not taking a vacation at all this summer because they can't afford to do it. Most say it's because the cost of daily life is so high, no matter what they make, they can't. Because, you know, they like to say 20%, 29%, 26%, 31%. I think your inflation, your real inflation is way over 50%, and I believe that. Meanwhile, Crooked Joe has spent almost 50% of his presidency on vacation. Almost all of it, including many, many weeks on the beach. And mansions are in, think of this. Here's a guy that's been a politician all his life. He's got homes in the Virgin Islands, Nantucket, Lake Tahoe, Kiowa Island. I mean, where the hell did they get all this money, Byron? He's got more homes than I do. What the hell is going on with him? And that home he's got in Delaware is pretty nice, right? But remember, they said it was his son's home. You know, his son is running it, right? You know that, right? You know that. He's running our government. And Jill is helping. Jill is helping. Where's Hunter? Remember the sign? Where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? He's in the White House. Hunter is in the White House running government right now, they say. That's interesting. No wonder Joe doesn't want to give up the job. His own staff says that the only hours he works are 10 a.m. to 4. Does anybody here have a job like that? Raise your hand, please. And I doubt he even spends that. And today he's with the people from NATO. And these people are sharp. I know them very well, every one of them. They're very smart. They're at the top of their game. And they're saying, what the hell is with this guy? We can't figure it out. You know, I saved NATO because when I went down, hey, Barack Hussein Obama, has anyone ever heard of him? He would go and, you know, go to wherever they're holding the NATO meeting and he'd make a nice speech and he'd leave. And Bush would go and make a nice speech and he would leave, in all fairness. Bush, oh yeah. But he'd make a nice speech and he'd leave. They'd all go make speeches and they'd leave. They wouldn't even stay there a day. I went and didn't make a nice speech. I said, what the hell are you doing? Nobody's paying. Nobody was paying. But I didn't want to be obnoxious because I felt, it's the first time I'd ever done this. I didn't even know what the hell NATO was too much before, but it didn't take me long to figure it out, like about 2 minutes. And the first thing I figured out was they weren't paying. We were paying almost fully for NATO. And I said, that's unfair, but I didn't want to make a big mess. I was president for about 15 minutes and I didn't want to, go after NATO as my first thing. But 6 months later, I went back to the second meeting and I said, you know what? You're not paying your bills. You got to pay your bills. Somebody stood up from one of the countries, 28 countries, and only 7 were paying what they should be paying. 28 countries, think of that. And these countries, now we added a couple, but 28 countries. And they said, sir, could I ask you, I said, you have to pay your bills. They said, sir, may I ask you a question? If we don't pay our bills, will you protect us from Russia? I said, you mean you're delinquent? They said, yes, we're delinquent. Let's say we're delinquent. Would you protect us? I said, no, I will not protect you from Russia. The money came in by the billions. It came in. There's never been, right? There has never been. Where's Waltz? Where's Congressman Waltz? Am I correct, Mr. Guy? This guy loves the military. He gets sick when he looks at what we're doing, but he loves it. Is that right? I got billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars came pouring in because he said, oh, this guy's a little different than the other guys. But Joe Biden is a part-time president while you are working overtime to get by. He's a part-time president. He doesn't work. Well, he can't work because he's mentally no good. He's shot. But he was shot 25 years ago. He was never a smart person. In fact, Ted Kennedy was actually a friend of mine. Can you believe it? Because of Palm Beach. He lived in Palm Beach. The Kennedy compound, for those that think the Kennedys are struggling, they had the Kennedy compound, but I did him a favor and he liked me and I was very good to him, actually. And I said to him, Ted, let me ask you a question. Who's the smartest senator? Tell me. And he gave me a name, but I won't say it because I can't stand the guy, okay? I'll tell you later, Marco, who he said. It wasn't you because you weren't there yet, so it can't. But I said, who's the smartest? He gave me a name. I said, so who's the dumbest? He goes, probably Joe. This is like 20 years ago, 20-something years ago. Probably Joe. I said, who's Joe? He said, Joe Biden. I said, really? He's a dumb guy? Yeah, he didn't understand policy. He didn't understand tax. He didn't understand anything. He's hale and hearty and well met. And outside of his really bad hair, he's, sort of a good looking guy at the time, right? I think the facelift did not help him. No, he said, I'm going to get myself a facelift. I'm going to give it one more try. He tried it 3 or 4 times. Didn't work. He tried it 3 or 4 times, and he said, I'm going to look great. I'm going to get a facelift. You know what took him so long to get into the race? The facelift didn't work. Under my leadership, we will make America affordable again so that every American family can afford to take a thing called a vacation. Isn't that nice? And on day one, we will throw out Bidenomics and replace it with a thing called MAGA-nomics. We will quickly build the greatest economy in the history of the world. I will repeal every disastrous Biden regulation, of which there are many. Cancel Crooked Joe's insane electric vehicle mandate. How stupid. And we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill like we never drilled before. We were energy independent 4 years ago. Think of it. We're going to be energy dominant within months. 4 years ago, energy independent. I will deliver large tax cuts, larger than you even have now. I tell the story to people. It's hard to believe. I reduced taxes, the largest tax cuts in the history of our country. I reduced them bigger than the Reagan tax cuts many years ago. And with a lower rate, the following year, we took in much more tax money. Think of it. So we're getting much less. That meant for small businesses, large businesses, because that's what the job creators are. For middle income people, low income people, everybody. And he wants to let that expire. And if you do, your taxes are going to go up about 5 times, 4 times to 5 times more. How would you feel if they raise your taxes by 4 or 5 times? Not 2. And remember that when you're going into the voting booth, do I want to have a terrible president who has no idea where the hell he is? And less importantly, do I want to pay 4 times more tax? And remember, what I'm going to do is something that nobody has ever even thought about doing. No tax on tips. For all of you waitresses, for all of you caddies at Doral. You know, I came to Doral and there were some caddies at the shack. We call it Caddy Shack. It's the most beautiful caddy shack I've ever seen. We have the world's most beautiful. They sit down and watch television. And I never had this before. They were out for a round. They're very sweaty, very, very sweaty guys. You know, look, they're carrying bags all over the place. Not easy. It's 100 degrees out today, 103, 104. And they saw me and they gave me the biggest hug. I said, get the hell out of here. You're soaking wet. I said, why do you like me so much today? But in the past, you never touched me and kissed me and hugged me. It's very simple, sir. No tax on tips. Thank you very much. So for caddies, for waitresses, I mean, it's tremendous. And it's a very complicated thing, frankly, for the government to collect. But they've issued new rules and regulations that make it very bad for people. The reason I thought of this, I was in Nevada, where we're leading, by the way, a lot. We're up by like 14 points in Nevada. That's supposed to be a little bit Democrat territory, but we're leading in Nevada. And a waitress came over, beautiful waitress. And I never like talking about physical because she's beautiful inside. Because you never talk about a person's look, ever. You never mention it. The other day, I got very angry. Some man called Chris Christie fat. And I said, sir, and then he said he was a pig. I said, sir, Chris Christie is not a fat pig. Please remember that. He is not a fat pig. Please take it back. And the guy's looking at me like, really? No, we have to defend people. You can't call people fat. So I said about 9 times, he is not a fat pig. So every time you leave a tip for the next 4 months, because it's going to go into effect very quickly, make sure that you write on the receipt, vote Trump for no tax on trips. No tax on tips. That's a good one. No, but the waitress said, I said, how are you doing? She said, she's worked there a long time. Great person, beautiful person. And she said, oh, it's brutal with the government, what they do to us. It's crazy. They come, you know, they put on 88,000 people to go and take advantage of people like that. And she said, it's brutal. I said, you know, I have a great idea. How about no tax on tips? That was the extent of my study. One waitress. But it's true. It made so much. Isn't it funny that nobody ever thought of that but me? Isn't that weird? But it's a great thing, and they deserve their money. They work hard for it. They deserve it. They deserve it. Marco, you're going to vote for it, I hope. Well, you may or may not be there to vote for it, but you'll be involved. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. That's why they are weaponizing law enforcement against their opponents. They are turning America into communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela. By the way, Venezuela is much more than socialist by now. You know that, right? We got who's here from Venezuela? Who's here from Cuba? You know, I had it all done with Cuba. They didn't rig the election. Within 6 months, we were going to have that all worked out. They were ready. Then Biden came in, right? Then Biden came in, he opened it up. It's a disgrace. Trying to silence dissent and put their political adversaries behind bars. He wants to put me behind bars. My parents are looking down saying this was not planned when he went to the Wharton School of Finance. The great Alphonse Capone, you know Alphonse, a very nice gentleman, very fine man. Scarface, they call him in some territory. Here's a scar from here to here. He didn't get it by playing tiddlywinks either. No, he was a guy that, see this man right up here is a very tough guy. I know him, he's tough as hell. If he ever had dinner with Al Capone and Al Capone didn't like him, he'd look at him and say, are you mocking me? And this guy would go, no, I promise I'm not. But if Alphonse didn't like you, you'd never see him again, darling. Your husband would never be home again. He'd right now be a part of a foundation of a very tall building. But Al Capone got indicted less than I did. Think of it. Alphonse Capone. My parents would look down. They were so great. They're saying, how did this ever happen to my son? But you know what? We're finding out, and everybody knew, and I've been saying it's a total fraud. It was election interference. That's all it was. All Biden. They're all Biden indictments, the local ones, the state ones. They're all Biden indictments. He's a bad guy. and he's unleashed a horrible thing on this country. He's really done. Wouldn't you say, Byron? He has unleashed a horrible thing because, you know, that can happen the other way around too. But the Supreme Court came out with an incredible decision this week, and I have great respect for the courage that they've shown. Great respect for the courage that they've shown. They have great intellect and great insight, incredible insight. They got it. They saw what was happening, not only with me, but with other people, what they did with the Fisher verdict. You know the Fisher verdict, right? That has to do with the J6 people. They had great decisions this last week. Decisions on regulations that are going to free up businesses and allow businesses to hire people and thrive. All of their persecution is only happening because I am running for president and leading very big in every single poll. And we're not just leading against crooked Joe Biden, we're leading against Kamala, and we're leading against everybody else. And our senators and our congressmen are coming in with us. We're going to have a big day, most important day. The radical left Democrats have spent this entire election posing as defenders of democracy. You ever hear Biden? He's a threat to democracy. He doesn't even know what the hell the term is. Trump is a threat to democracy. This guy, low IQ. He's a low IQ individual. But they're lying in the entire world of Joe Biden's condition. I mean, you see his condition. You see them frantically trying to overturn the results of 50 state primaries and install a new candidate at the behest of their very rich donors. Do you know that we took in record numbers over the last 4 weeks, and most of it was taken in with small donors, $61 on average, $61. And those people vote. But the Democrats, I think that their funding is stopping because I think they're rich donors. They have a lot of rich donors. We have some, but we don't really focus on it. We focus on the small donor. To me, one thing, every small donor votes. The rich donors there in Monte Carlo during the election. You know, how's the election going? Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. He is a major threat to democracy, and Democrats are the ones who really want to destroy democracy and our country. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. And every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I do, because I'm being indicted for you. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. It's as simple as that. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun being indicted. Thank you. I didn't know. What does it mean to be indicted? Thank you. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will be standing in their way. We're not going to let happen to our country what's happened to so many countries that many of you people were very much involved in through your parents and grandparents. You know what happened to so many of those countries. We're thrilled to be joined tonight by many fantastic Florida patriots, including a man who's become really a friend of mine. We had a vicious campaign for a while, and he was tough and he was smart. And I got to really know him well over the years, and he's a fantastic guy, Senator Marco Rubio. Marco. Thank you, Marco. Thank you. And you have a great tandem because you have another great senator who was a great governor, fantastic governor, Senator Rick Scott. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. We have a lot of congressmen. Let's introduce it. What the hell else do we have to do, right? Should we introduce? And by the way, at the end, do you want the music or do you want no music? Music, ready? Music or no music, ready? Who wants the music? Who wants a little bit quicker? No music. I think we have music tonight. Get the music ready. Get the music ready. We have some incredible, talented warriors, representatives. Corey Mills. Corey, thank you. Thank you, Corey. Great guy. Brian Mast. We love Brian. Thank you, Brian. Mike Waltz. Thank you, Mike. Doing great. A man I'm not going to get into a fight with him anytime soon. Byron Donalds, who's fantastic. His wife, by the way, is a true expert on education. I say, stay ready. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. Thank you, Donna, for being here. Appreciate it. Great, great person. Maria Salazar. Thank you, Maria. Great. Thank you very much. Carlos Jimenez. Carlos. Good man. Mario Diaz-Balart. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. You have a fantastic lieutenant governor that's here, Jeanette Nunez. Jeanette, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you. And Florida State Senators Debbie Mayfield. Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you very much. Ileana Garcia. Thank you. Ana Maria Rodriguez. Thank you. Great people. State Representatives Jessica Baker. Randy Fine. Where's Randy Fine? Good. Thanks, Randy. Kevin Steele. Paula Stark. Juan Carlos Porras. Alina Garcia. David Barrero. Fabian Pasebe. Fabian, thank you. Tom Fabricio. Thank you, Tom. Thanks, Tom. Vicky Lopez. A very good guy, fantastic person, great politician, frankly, but he loves the state. Incoming Speaker of the Florida House, Danny Perez. Thank you, Danny. Good job. Good luck, Danny. That should be an easy job. Good luck. And Alex Rizzo. Thank you, Alex, very much. A person who I know personally does a fantastic job as the mayor of Doral, Christy Fraga. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Great job. Appreciate it. Vice Mayor Oscar Pugue Carvey. Oscar, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Oscar. Councilwoman Digna Cabral. Thank you, Digna. Thank you very much. Sweetwater Mayor Jose Pepe Diaz. I've known him a long time. Pepe. Western Mayor Margaret Brown. Thank you, Margaret. Well, we got a lot of politics. You have no idea. I'm introducing about 25%. We did it by the luck of the draw. Miami-Dade County Commissioners Kevin Cabrera and J.C. Bermudez. J.C., thank you. Great people, great politicians, but good politicians. The next Miami-Dade County Sheriff, Rosie Cordero Stutz. Thank you, Rosie. Good luck. She has my endorsement. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Ambassador Carlos Trujillo. Carlos Trujillo. Thank you, Carlos. Great job you're doing. A friend of all of ours, and this woman is amazing. Laura Loomer. Where is she? Where's Laura? She is amazing. Felix Lasarte. Felix. Where is Felix? My lawyer. He's my lawyer. How am I doing? Am I getting the damn zoning done, Felix? He's doing a great job. And my sons, and we have one of my sons, this is the first time he's ever done it. First of all, one you know, and he's an incredible guy. He's very tough. He's very, very strong. Great speaker, great talent. Donald Trump Jr. And another son who's here tonight. I love when my sons and family come, it's really nice. Somebody who's fantastic, works so hard, so smart, has a great wife, as does Don. Oh, you like Laura, right? Let's get off Eric and let's talk about Laura. Laura's only the head of the Republican Party. She's upwardly mobile. She's upwardly mobile. But a man who's done an incredible job at the company. And I think there has never been a human being that's had more subpoenas. Every day, Congress would serve a subpoena on him. And he has done some job, I'll tell you. Eric Trump. Thank you. Great job. And a very young man. This is a young man. He just turned 18. Oh, look at this. A very young man who's now going to college, got into every college he wanted to, and he made his choice. And he's a very good guy, I'll tell you. I'm not allowed to call them boy, but he is my boy. He's my boy. They're all my boys, right? When you have sons, they can be any age. They're your boy. They're always going to be. And he's a very special guy. Barron Trump. This is the first time he's ever done this. Barron. Where is Barron? Stand up. Look at him. That's the first time he's done it. That's the first time, right? Hey, you're pretty popular. He might be more popular than Don and Eric. We got to talk about this. Hey, Don, we got to talk about this, huh? All right. So, Barron, it's good to have you. Welcome to the scene, Barron. I don't know. He had such a nice, easy life. Now it's a little bit changed. Anyway, a special guy, right? Also, some grandchildren who are very talented. Two of them are great golfers, really great golfers. You all know about Kai. Where's Kai? Kai. And a real little killer. She hits a long ball for her size. She can barely lift the club until she swings. Her swing is perfect. Chloe. And Don Jr. is here somewhere, I think. Vanessa is here. Oh, there he is. Good. Hi, Don. What a good group. Vanessa Trump, stand up. Thanks. Thank you, Don Jr. That's good. Don the Third. And also a real friend of the family. She's been friendly. She started off on The Five years ago, and she made that show very successful. She was the star of that show, actually. And she was always good to me a long time, long before I knew her in this capacity. And she was really a big star on television, very, very big. The Five, when it was just in its infancy and it was hot as it could be. Kimberly Guilfoyle. Thank you, Kimberly. And she hasn't stopped. So thank you all for being here. And I know I didn't introduce many congressmen and lots of others, but I think we have to get back to the business at hand. Is it too hot for anybody? No, not bad. Once you get used to the fact that you're soaking wet, from the moment we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we, all of us together, win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and I will prevent our nation, and we will prevent the whole world from entering World War III, because that's where we are. We're very close to World War III, and Biden doesn't have a clue. We should have never allowed, if you think about it, Russia, Ukraine would have never happened. October 7th, the attack on Israel would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. Think of our country if the election wasn't rigged. Think of it. Think where we'd be if they didn't rig that election. So we're not going to let it happen again because our country won't exist. It would be I believe it would be the last election we've ever had if anything happened. I really believe it. We're not going to let that happen. You got to get out and vote. If I was president, though, and think of it, Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country, would also never have happened. It would have never happened. You know, Ukraine, when you think Ukraine, I had a very good relationship with Putin. We talked about it. It was the apple of his eye. Would have never happened. I told him, can't do it. You're not going to do it. October 7th, the attack on Israel, I knew it so well. They had no money because the purveyor of funds was Iran, and Iran was broke. They had all sorts of sanctions. Nobody could buy. China couldn't buy. China was a massive buyer of oil from Iran. I said, if you buy from Iran, you can't do business in the United States. And they did very well in the United States. And they didn't buy nobody, but Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. And we had no terror. You know, I always wanted to talk about it when I was president. I was 3 years in, 3.5 years in. I said, I want to just brag a little bit. I want to say that we had no terror. There were no terror attacks in 4 years, but I wanted to brag about it. But I wanted to wait till I got out, and now I brag about it all the time. We had very few terrorists allowed into our country. We had a year, 2019, where the charts come out, how many terrorists enter the country. Now, I think they're wrong because I can't believe it, but they actually had no terrorists. 0 terrorists came in 2019. That was a Trump year. Now we have thousands and thousands of terrorists pouring into our country from all over the world, and they're the worst terrorists in the world. They're the biggest and the worst, and we got them living in our country. They actually put down 2019, Trump, no terrorists, 0. I don't believe that, but that's what they have, and that was done by Border Patrol and others, State Department. I'll take it. I don't believe it, but it was very close to nothing, and they actually have 0 terrorists came into our country. We were tough on it. And we would not have Russian warships and nuclear submarines surrounding Cuba 60 miles off our coast. You know that, right? For all of you people in Cuba, congratulations. You're now being protected by Russia. Congratulations. Can you imagine that the press, the fake news, those people, they don't even talk about it. We have nuclear submarines and 5 warships in Cuba, and they don't even talk about it. If that happened to me as president, it would be the biggest story every single day. But they don't talk about it because they're fake and corrupt news. When I was in the White House, I canceled Barack Hussein Obama's deal with the Cuban dictatorship and reimposed tough sanctions on that regime. They were ready to break. They were all set, and then we had the election taken away, robbed, rigged. Joe Biden has gone weak and soft on Cuban communists, as you know better than anybody, so many of you here. And he's abandoned the brave Cuban dissidents while the Cuban people are suffering, starving, and dying in Cuba. Would have been all solved very quickly. As president, I will again stand with the people of Cuba in their long quest for justice, liberty, and freedom. In my next term, we will build a great iron dome over our country, a dome like has never been seen before, a state-of-the-art missile defense shield that will be entirely made in the USA, right here in your state, right here in Florida. We'll build a big section. You have a lot of defense. We moved a lot of companies into Florida for defense purposes. I will not cut 1 penny from Social Security or Medicare, and I will not raise the retirement age by 1 day. Biden is going to do that because he's allowing these people that come in to go on to Social Security and Medicare, to go into the hospitals. And, you know, we want to be nice, but no country can sustain this. No country can sustain it. I kept that promise for 4 straight years, and I will keep it again. We have plenty of other resources. We're not going to touch Social Security or Medicare. If the millions of Biden migrants became citizens, Medicare and Social Security will be gone. They'll be gone. They'll be gone. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever, ever, ever been before. We will take over the horribly run Capitol. of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, and rebuild our capital city so that it is no longer a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. Right now, if you leave Florida, oh, let's go, darling. Let's look at the Jefferson Memorial. Let's look at the Washington Monument. Let's go and look at some of the beautiful scenes, and you end up getting shot, mugged, raped. We're going to take over our capital, and we're going to run it tough and smart, and we're going to beautify it. We're going to get all the graffiti off the marble. We're going to fix the roads and the medians, which are falling down all over the streets. We're going to make our capital beautiful again. We're going to do the same thing with our cities, even though Democrat run. We're going to work with Democrat governors and mayors if we have to. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. Can you imagine? Can you imagine even having to say that? I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech in our country. And I will secure our elections once and for all. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. Very simple. But until then, Republicans must win. You must get out and vote. We want a landslide, and let's call it this: too big to rig. Too big to rig. Thank you. Look at all the front row Joes. Oh, wow. Wow, they've been to like 200 rallies. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you. Great. It's a great honor. These are real patriots. They make a lot of money, I guess, because they're at every rally. I go to California, I have a rally, I have the front row Joes there. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration has done. Think of it. I used to say 5. Remember? 6 months ago, I'd say 5 worse. I added 10. I could go higher than that. There's nobody that's done destruction to our country. And now we find out he probably doesn't even know he did it, okay? Joe, why did you do it? What did I do? So if you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know, and vote. You got to vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day, vote anytime you want, but vote and follow your vote. Make sure that it gets counted. You can do that. Follow that vote, because these people cheat like nobody's ever cheated before. Frankly, they're no good at policy, but they're good at cheating. And if you want to help us ensure election integrity, sign up at protectthevote.com. So in conclusion, from Jacksonville to Miami, from Tampa to Tallahassee, from the beautiful place that I know very well, destined to right here in Doral, we inherit the legacy of generations of American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those great, beautiful skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, and from right here in this beautiful state, launched our brave American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the face of the moon. Together, they made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a few short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. And yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production while at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska and elsewhere in our precious land. We are a nation that is considered and consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal. Yet everyone knows that the Green New scam is fake and will lead only to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, despite the fact that they don't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful army tanks, the best in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they are also not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our great jet fighters with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before. Who are these people? Who are these fools that would do this to us? Who are these people who would ruin our country? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the United States, just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a stupid thing, a foolish thing, and self-destruct itself, just like we've done for 4 years? Can we be energy independent and even energy dominant again? Yes, oh yes, and quickly, says President Trump. Yes, oh yes, and we will do it quickly. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment anywhere in the world. We left it behind. And also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military bases anywhere in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we are a nation that allowed Russia, Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would have never happened. They wouldn't even have thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was in the Oval Office. Iran was broke under the Trump administration. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas, Hezbollah, and all of the other instruments of terror that they use. But those sanctions were lifted by a corrupt Biden administration. And now Iran is a rich country with $250 billion. Think of that. Iran now has, from nothing, they were broke. They now have $250 billion. $6 billion they also got for hostages, $6 billion. And for electricity to Iraq, they were given $10 billion, all compliments of an incompetent Biden administration. And China with Taiwan is next. We are a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death. And nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things. There is no punishment. But when people who love our country protest on January 6th in Washington, they become hostages, unfairly imprisoned for long periods of time. But fortunately, the Supreme Court has just ruled, and they should be out soon. We are a third world nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never seen before in our country. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and to say it was fact. Where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't. But 51 intelligence agents said it was, and a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt, totally incompetent, and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired and is a president who is not legally allowed to stand trial because he is mentally incompetent, but he is allowed to become the president of the United States again. And he is in no condition to lead and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and China and all of these countries on possible nuclear war. He has no clue what he's doing or where he is. And next will be World War III because he doesn't know what he's doing. And this will be a war more devastating than any of the other wars. It will be a war like no other because of the weaponry that no one wants to even think about or ever talk about. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election against crooked Hillary Clinton. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed and where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 4 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, North Korea, all in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us. And everyone knows it. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the rest of the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. They just aren't. We are a nation, in fact, that in many ways has become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even to God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin and whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the very bottom of every single list. We are a nation that just sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is continued and contingent on MAGA winning the next election. If MAGA doesn't win the next election, you will have a 1929 type depression. We're a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families and babies. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of 500 people or more. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hospitaling. And we will never allow mothers to watch their child hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? Help me, God, what can I do?" We are a nation whose once revered airports are a dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave, that they have no idea when they will, where ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't see qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports, but if you are an illegal alien, you are allowed to flow through by the millions and millions right over our southern border. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, lost its willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With the right leadership, every disaster Joe Biden has created can be fixed, and quickly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified, and it will be rectified very quickly. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be at a level that will equal and even surpass what it was 4 years ago. Optimism will be surging. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past, and our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Florida. Thank you very much. Thank you, Miami. God bless everyone. God bless you all. Thank you.
You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
I mentioned food stamps, and that guy who's seriously overweight went crazy. He went crazy. Amazing.
What a stupid question that is. What a stupid question. But I watch you a lot. You ask a lot of stupid questions.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
I saw the other night. He couldn't find the stairs off the stage. He's looking. You ever notice he looks like this? He's finished with the speech, which usually lasts no longer than about 3 minutes because, you know, the medical stuff wears off after 3 minutes.
Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee.
She's shocked that I picked her. She's like in a state of shock.
I'm not thinking, Mr.
That's
President.
okay. I know you're not thinking. You never do.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
How tough is it
A
to
lot
take
of times,
property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
How
A
tough
lot
is
of
it?
times.
If I may
Okay,
ask
that's
one other
enough.
question, Mr. President, if I may ask
Peter,
one
go
other
ahead.
question, are you worried?
That's enough. That's
Mr.
enough.
President, I
That's
was going
enough.
to ask one of the other folks.
That's
had-
enough.
Pardon me, ma'am. Mr.
Excuse
President,
me. That's enough.
Mr. President, I had one other
Peter,
question,
let's
if
go.
I may ask. Are you,
That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them. You are a rude, terrible person. You shouldn't be working for CNN.
Welcome to 1 hour of Donald Trump roasting everybody. It's Sean Daniel here. And in this video, we're going to see Trump roast everybody from Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, other politicians, politicians from his own party, media reporters, protesters, celebrities. And I even included some funny meme moments of Trump that you've probably seen short clips of on social media. And if you want to get to the specific section that you want to see, you can obviously click on the bar down below or the timestamps in the description. And if you do like this video, obviously you can like the video or you can subscribe if you want to see more of my 1 hour funny, entertaining montages. And if you want to connect with me more personally, you can follow me and DM me on Instagram at It's Sean Daniel. I like interacting and messaging you guys back and forth. So feel free to do that. And if you want to contact me for some sponsorship or business inquiries, my email will be listed in the description below. Now let's get the video started with Trump roasting none other than Joe Biden.
I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
agree-
want to
Hey,
make
Joe,
sure.
you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be
you know,
surprised.
you pick
You'd be surprised.
the
Go ahead,
wrong
Joe.
guy,
Go,
the
go,
wrong
Joe,
night at
go.
the wrong time.
Listen.
And a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. As you know, it's been reported that right now Crooked Joe's gone to a log cabin to study, prepare. No, he didn't do. He's sleeping now. Because they want to get him good and strong. So a little before debate time, he gets a shot in the ass. They want to strengthen him up.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment. And you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that shifts around. And it's amazing to watch.
Simple actions.
Did you see where Biden wants to take me to the back of the barn? Me.
Press always asks me, don't I wish I were debating him? No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym. That's what I wish.
I'd love that. Mr. Tough Guy. You know, he's Mr. Tough Guy. You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy? When he's standing behind a microphone by himself. That's when he's. He wants to bring me to the back of the barn. Oh. Some things in life you could really love doing. Isn't this better than reading off a frickin' teleprompter? Right? Right? Anybody can do that except for Biden.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping. She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured.
2 nights ago, we all heard Crooked Joe's angry, dark, hate-filled rant of a State of the Union address. Didn't it bring us together? Remember, he said, I'm going to bring the country together. I'm going to bring it together. I think he's very angry. You know why he's angry? Because he doesn't know what he's doing. He's screaming, and then coughing. Wow. And he's always using the right hand. He shakes his hand. Then he gets off the stage. Did you notice nobody wanted to shake his hand? I wouldn't have shaken. I'm a great American, but I don't know if I want to go there. Now, he's always coughing into his hand, and it's not a real cough. It's a nervous habit. It's got to stop. Because there was no real cough. He just goes. I like it. Is that okay? Yeah, let him go a little bit longer, okay? Look at these two guys. And then it'll turn out to be a lousy show, and I'll say, you were right, Jason. It'll be good. So go for another 20 minutes. Is that all right? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Jason.
It seems to be a nice flow.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Let's go.
Well, you did reality.
I'll be in trouble with my people. Like Biden says, I don't have that problem. But, well, first of all, he couldn't do this interview. You asked him questions like this?
No, we were talking about that. We were like,
we'd like to extend the invite to Joe Biden if he'd like to come on this podcast.
Yeah, I think you should. You know what chance you have of getting him on? I'd say less than 1%. Okay, if you did that, it'd be. I'd actually watch that one. Okay, see how long it lasted. And they tell me stories that they've seen things that you wouldn't believe. These are not people that you would say, "Gee, oh, that's okay."
President of the United States.
But
I said,
who is it? That's Joe Biden wanting to do an interview. Now, Sleepy Joe would say the unemployment rate in the great state of Ohio. No, you're in South Carolina. Joe, you're in South. They come up and you ever see the guy in the note? No, it's South Carolina. It's not Ohio. Okay. Then he goes, all right, Iowa. Did you say Iowa? No. He did that like 7 times. If I did that once, it would be the end of the road, right? Be the end of the road. They'd say Trump has lost it. They like to say that anyway, I guess. Huh? No, but could you imagine if I said just a small fraction of the mistakes he makes, which are unbelievable, every speech? I actually said the other night, I was watching him when he said about half the population wiped out with guns. I said, that's a horrible thing. That's the end of his evening. That's the end of his political career. And then after the debate, they're reviewing him. They said, Joe Biden had a great night last night. I don't get it, Tim. You think Joe Biden can tell you about it? He doesn't have a clue. The guy, he cannot, I'm telling you, I saw the other night, he couldn't find the stairs off the stage. He's looking. You ever notice he looks like this? He's finished with the speech, which usually lasts no longer than about 3 minutes because, the medical stuff wears off after 3 minutes. So he's looking around. He was only a good vice president because he understood how to kiss Barack Obama's.
Next, we have Donald Trump roasting media reporters, part 1.
Mr. President, since you attacked CNN, can I ask you a question?
John Roberts, go ahead, John. No. John Roberts, go ahead. CNN's fake news. I don't take questions. I don't take questions from CNN. CNN is fake news. I don't take questions from CNN. John Roberts of Fox. Let's go to a real network. John, let's go.
Well, we're a real network too, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question?
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization
You are attacking our news organization.
Your organization.
Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir,
Quiet.
Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Can you state
She's asking a question. Don't be rude.
President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be
You're
rude.
attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude. No, I'm not going to give you a question. I'm
you-
not going to give you a
Can you
question.
state, can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
Go ahead.
can you state categorically that nobody, no, Mr. President-elect, that's not
Go ahead.
appropriate.
And in fact, we'll give you a list. What we did, in fact, part of it was up there. We did a lot. Look. You know you're a fake. You know that. Your whole network, the way you cover it, is fake. And most of you, and not all of you, but the people are wise to you. That's why you have a lower approval rating than you've ever had before, times probably 3.
So you haven't made any contact, though, just to make sure.
With who?
The North Koreans.
I don't want to say. I won't say that.
Okay.
We have a good relationship with North Korea, as good as you can have. I mean, we have a good relationship with North Korea. I have a good relationship with Kim Jong-un, and I hope he's okay. And somebody would say, oh, that's terrible. No, it's not terrible. I hope he's okay. And I think it was a fake report done by CNN.
So can I ask you a question?
What do you have? Go ahead. No, that's enough. Go ahead.
Can I ask? But that wasn't my question.
The problem is you don't write the truth. So, as far as I'm concerned, I want to go to the next
Can I
one.
ask you a question about?
No, not CNN, please. Go
The
ahead.
White House has not
You don't.
responded to these
I told you.
allegations. Right?
CNN is fake news. Don't talk to me. Go ahead, please.
But he says he was retaliated against, and that's why he was removed from his job. Do you have a response to that?
Okay, next question.
Why you held on to those documents when you knew the federal government was seeking them and then had given you a subpoena to return
Are you
them?
ready? Are you ready? Can I talk?
Yeah, what's
You
the
mind?
answer?
Do you mind?
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple to. You're a nasty person. I'll tell you.
Can you answer
Very
why you
simple.
held on to the documents?
I was negotiating. Go ahead. Sure. She's shocked that I picked her.
No.
She's like in a state of shock.
I'm not thinking, Mr.
That's
President.
okay. I know you're not thinking. You never do.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
In a tweet this weekend, Mr. President, you said that it's incorrect to say you're limiting the scope of the FBI investigation.
What does that have to do with trade? I don't mind answering the question, but I'd like to do the trade.
It has to do with the
questions.
other headline in the news, which is the
I know,
Kavanaugh
but
nomination.
how about talking about trade, and then we'll get to that. We'll do that a little bit later.
Do you think the trade,
Anybody have a trade?
Do you
Go
think
ahead,
your trade
please.
deal will pass through Congress, sir?
I think so. Go ahead, ask a
But
question.
the question, sir, was what did you want President Zelensky to do about Vice President Biden and his son Hunter?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, it was just a follow-up of what I just asked you, sir.
Listen, you ready? We have the president of Finland. Ask him a question.
I have one for him. I just wanted to follow up on the one that I asked you, which
Did
was,
you hear
what
me?
did you want
Did you
him
hear
to-
me?
Yes,
Ask
sir.
him a question.
I will, but
I've given you a long answer. Ask this gentleman a question. Don't be rude.
no, sir, I don't want to be rude. I just wanted you to have a chance to answer the question that I asked
I've
you.
answered everything. It's a whole hoax. And you know who's playing into the hoax? People like you and the fake news media that we have in this country. And I say in many cases, the corrupt media, because you're corrupt. Much of the media in this country is not just fake, it's corrupt. And you have some very fine people too. Great journalists, great reporters. But to a large extent, it's corrupt and it's fake. Ask the president of Finland a question, please.
My new book, Keyboard Rich, How Anyone Can Earn Six Figures from Home with a Simple.
International diplomacy is a delicate thing. You have to watch what you say. And how can anybody expect that you're going to be able to get into the White House and watch your mouth when you were so widely panned for these Mexico comments? How are you going to be able to hold your tongue and not piss off other countries
And do you want to change the word? Are you allowed to use that word on television?
and not anger other countries?
Immigration is a very big topic. Take a look at all the crime that's being committed. Go take a look at it.
The
Look,
research
I'm
says
going to Arizona.
does not match what
It
you're saying. The
depends on whose
research, the Pew Research, which is independent,
Okay,
says
don't be naive. You're a very naive person.
the Pew
You're a-
Research says that there are for immigrants on the whole
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead.
Immigrants commit less crime than U.S. born citizens.
Okay.
There are less immigrants in our jails than
You know what? Number one, I disagree with it. Number two, whether it's true or not, illegal immigrants. I'm talking about illegal immigrants. I'm not talking about immigrants. I'm talking about illegal.
So you say you're drawing these big crowds, and I was there. You drew a big crowd
Excuse
in
me,
New
don't
Hampshire.
say the way you put it. Everything's so negative. I'm not
not
saying.
negative.
I'm not saying I'm drawing. You're saying I'm drawing them.
You're
And the
number
people-
two. Why do people
Well, I'm actually
respond to
number
you
one.
so much?
I'm actually number one in Huffington Post and some others, and the new polls haven't even come out yet.
Why are they responding to you so much?
Because I tell the truth. I say what's happening.
Next, we have Donald Trump roasting Hillary Clinton.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Those are the questions we need answered. We've never had anything like this happen in any of our elections before.
That was a great pivot off the fact that you want open borders. Okay. How did we get onto Putin?
Hold on.
No.
Hold on. Wait.
Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit
No, you're
that
the
the
puppet.
Russians have engaged.
She doesn't like Putin because Putin has outsmarted her at every step of the way. Excuse me. Putin has outsmarted her in Syria. He's outsmarted her every step of the way.
I do get to ask some questions.
There was even a time when he didn't get an Emmy for his TV program 3 years in a row, and he started tweeting that the Emmys were rigged against
Should have gotten it.
This is a mindset.
We are going to stop radical Islamic terrorism in this country. She won't even mention the words, and neither will President Obama.
And we're going to look for businesses to
Secretary
help
Clinton.
us by buying American products.
I ask a simple question. She's been doing this for 30 years. Why didn't you do it over the last 15, 20 years? You were very much involved. Excuse me, my turn. The problem is you talk, but you don't get anything done, Hillary. You don't. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes, is that okay? Good. I want you to be very happy. It's very important to me. Look at her website. You know what? It's no different than this. She's telling us how to fight ISIS. Just go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. I don't think General Douglas MacArthur would like that too much.
The next segment, we're continuing
Well,
the
at
subject
least
of
I have a plan to fight
achieving
ISIS.
prosperity.
No, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do.
No, we're not.
See, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do. No wonder you've been fighting. No wonder you've been fighting ISIS your entire adult life.
Well, that's go to the fact checkers, get to work. I have a feeling that by the end of this evening, I'm going to be blamed for everything that's ever happened.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, why not? Just.
She has been a disaster. But here's a woman. She's supposed to fight all of these different things. And she can't make it 15 feet to her car. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. She's home resting right now. She's getting ready for her next speech, which is going to be about 15 minutes, and it's going to be in 2 or 3 days. Folks, we need stamina. We need energy. We need people that are going to turn deals around. We can't let China take advantage of us anymore.
It's great to be here with 1,000 wonderful people, or as I call it, a small, intimate dinner with some friends. Or as Hillary calls it, her largest crowd of the season. This stuff. This is corny stuff. And even tonight, with all of the heated back and forth between my opponent and me at the debate last night, we have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." And I very politely replied, "Let me talk to you about that after I get into office."
Next, we have Donald Trump roasting little Marco Rubio.
He's always calling me Little Marco.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. And I'll admit, the guy, he's taller than me. He's like 6'2", which is why I don't understand why his hands are the size of someone who's 5'2". Have you seen his hands? And you know what they say about men with small hands? You can't trust them. You can't trust them.
He hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this one. Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee. When they put Marco on to refute President Obama's speech, do you remember that catastrophe?
On foreign policy, America continues to be indispensable to the goal of global liberty, property, and safeguarding human rights. The world is a better place when America is the strongest nation on earth. But we can't remain powerful if we don't have an economy that can afford it. In the short time that I've been here in Washington, nothing has frustrated me more than false choices like the one the president laid out tonight. The choice isn't just between big government or big business.
And he's like this, and we will, I need water, help me, I need water, help. And this is on live television. This total joke artist. It's Rubio. That's what it. Unbelievable.
I have a policy question for you, sir.
Let's see if he answers it.
I will. Don't worry about it, Marco. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, little Marco. I will.
All right, well, let's hear Big Don.
Don't worry about it, don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen, gentlemen.
You ought to show up.
Gentlemen, you gotta do better than this.
This guy has the number one.
Mr. Trump, may I ask you,
absentee
Mr. Trump,
record in the United
I'd like to ask you a policy question.
Doesn't
Your proposed tax cut.
That's why the people in Florida do not like him.
That you acknowledge that, for example, you're the only person on the stage that's ever been fined for hiring people to work on your projects illegally. You hired some workers from Poland.
I'm the only one on the stage that's hired people. You haven't hired anybody.
In fact, some of the people he
By the way,
hired. Well, but hold on.
I've hired. And by the way, I've hired tens of thousands of people over my job. You've hired
1,000 people.
You've
from
had
another
nothing
company,
but problems
from another
with your
country.
credit cards, etc.
Let me say. Let me just say. Well, let me finish the statement. This is important.
You haven't hired one
He
person
hired
in your life.
workers from Poland, and he had to pay $1 million or so in a judgment.
wrong.
For hiring.
That's
It is-
wrong.
That's a fact.
Totally wrong.
Well, people can look it up. I'm sure people are Googling it right now.
I've
Look it up.
hired Senator Cruz.
Trump Polish workers. You'll see $1 million for hiring illegal workers on one of his projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
You know, it's interesting.
That happened.
I've hired tens of thousands of people over my lifetime. Tens of
Many
thousands.
from other
Be-
countries
be
instead of
quiet,
hiring
just
Americans.
Be quiet. Let me talk. I've hired tens of thousands of people. He brings up something from 30 years ago. It worked out very well. Everybody was
Yeah, you paid
happy.
$1 million.
And by the way, the laws were totally different.
All right.
That was a whole different
Well,
world.
thank you.
But I've hired people. Nobody up here has hired
Senator
anybody.
Cruz.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop prices automatically. I can show you how, but I can't do it for you. People are saving real money doing this. $160 million in the last year. Across thousands of different retailers, you'll immediately see this. See what I mean? You'll see better prices you had no idea existed. And you don't even have to ask. They just show up automatically. Download this free tool that'll give you access to the deals. Just click, click. Done. That's it. Simple. It takes all of 10 seconds, and there's no need to enter any personal information. There's no technical mumbo jumbo.
Next, we have Donald Trump roasting Republican politicians.
Trump, first of all, he's talking about the polls. I'm beating him awfully badly in the polls.
But you're
every
not
single
beating
one of them.
Hillary.
So
But
I don't
you're not
know.
beating
I don't-
Hillary.
Well, then if I can't beat her, you're really going to get killed, aren't you? I got along with everybody. You get along with nobody. You don't have one Republican. You don't have one Republican senator, and you work with them every day of your life, although you skipped a lot of time. These are minor details.
You've been funding liberal Democratic politicians. And by the way,
I funded
the,
you.
The
I
reason
funded him.
You're welcome to have the check back.
I funded this guy.
Because let's
I
be
gave him
clear.
a check.
Yeah,
I
you
gave
gave me
him a check.
$5,000.
You never funded me.
And by the way, let's be clear. Donald Donald claims to
You
care
know why? I didn't
about
want to, but he sent me his book with his autograph.
Donald, I understand rules
Mr.
are very
Trump,
hard
you're
for you.
doing
They're
a great
very
job.
confusing.
I have his book.
Okay,
Yeah, on your reality
Trump,
TV
you're doing a
show,
great
not
job.
in
Thank you.
Donald,
Thank you for the book.
Donald.
Thank you for the book. Go ahead.
Donald, you can get back on
There's
your
a
meds
lot of
now.
fun up here tonight, I have to tell you. Thank you for the book. I really like it.
Donald, relax.
Go ahead. I'm relaxed. You're the
sent him a
basket
book.
case. Go ahead. Go
Donald.
ahead. Don't get nervous.
Go
ahead.
I think really there's a sophomore quality that is entertaining about Mr. Trump, but I am worried. I'm very concerned about having him in charge of the nuclear weapons because I think his response, his visceral response to attack people on their appearance, short, tall, fat, ugly. My goodness, that happened in junior high. Are we not way above that? Would we not all be worried to have someone like that in charge of the nuclear arsenal?
Mr. Trump.
I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there. That I can tell you.
But Jake,
I want to give Mr. Trump.
The problem is, we need toughness. Honestly, I think Jeb is a very nice person. He's a very nice person, but we need tough people. We need toughness. We need intelligence, and we need tough. Jeb said when they come across the southern border, they come as an act of love.
You said in September 30th that ISIS was not a.
Am I
not a
talking
factor.
or are you talking, Jeb?
I'm
You can
talking
go
right
back.
now. I'm talking.
You can go back. You're not
I'm
talking.
talking.
You interrupted me,
September
Jeb. Are you
30th,
going to
you said it.
apologize, Jeb? No. Am I allowed to finish?
Yes, one at a time.
Excuse
Go ahead,
me. Am I allowed to finish?
Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
So,
Little of your own
again,
medicine there,
I
Jeb.
know you're trying to
Governor
build
Bush,
up your energy,
please.
Jeb, but it's not working
One at
very
a time.
Yeah.
well. Look.
Mr. Trump, take 30
Well,
seconds.
let
please.
me just, he wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times you'll have, and it doesn't work very well. With
How tough is it
a
to
lot
take
of
away
times,
property from
let
an
me
elderly
talk,
woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
How
A
tough
lot
is
of
it?
times, that's all of his donors and special interests out there. So that's what it is. That's what. And by the way, let me just tell you, we needed tickets. You can't get them. You know who has the tickets for the? I'm talking about to the television audience. Donors, special interest, the people that are putting up the money. So it is. The RNC told us we have all donors in the audience, and the reason they're not loving me, the reason they're not loving me is I don't want their money. I'm going to do the right thing for the American public. I don't want their money. I don't need their money. And I'm the only one up here that can say that. No, Christie's, he's eating right now. He can't be bothered. Sir, please do not call him a fat pig. That's very disrespectful. Don't call him. See, I'm trying to be nice. Don't call him a fat pig. You can't do it. He can't do that. So now, because you're not allowed to do that, and therefore we're not going to do it, okay? We want to be very civil, right? Somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
Do you
He's a
agree
war
with
hero.
that?
He's a war hero because he was captured.
Next, we have Donald Trump funny meme moments.
Wouldn't you love to see one of these NFL owners, when somebody disrespects our flag, to say, get that son of a bitch off the field right now, out, he's fired. He's fired. Do it. So somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it. So I'm taking on China. Hopefully our great movement, and there's never been anything like this in the United States, and the only way they figure they can slow it down is to come up with people that are willing to say, oh, I was with Donald Trump in 1980. I was sitting with him on an airplane. And he went after me on the plane. Yeah, I'm going to go after. Believe me, she would not be my first choice, that I can tell you. Man. You don't know. That would not be my first choice. If we had people where the bullets were going in the opposite direction, right smack between the eyes of this maniac,
If some of those wonderful people had guns strapped right here, right to their waist or right to their ankle, and this son of a comes out and starts shooting, and one of the people in that room happened to have it and goes boom, boom. You know what? That would have been a beautiful, beautiful sight, folks. That would have been a beautiful, beautiful sight. And as much as you want to put them in our jails, they were probably sent here so that we put them in our jails. Because to put them in our jails, they didn't pay the electric bill. To put them, oh, I like that much better. Oh. Oh, that's so much better. Those lights were brutal. They come from the dishonest press? Where? Oh, don't turn them on. Forget it. Better, right? Don't turn them on. Don't turn the lights on. Plus, we save on electricity, right? And because the lights didn't work, I won't pay the rent. So we get better lighting and we don't pay the rent, right? Right? No, get those lights off. Off. Turn them off. They're too bright. Turn them off. Turn them off. Let's go. Ready? Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn them off. So much nicer. No, that's the way we have to negotiate for our country. $505 billion. We're going to lose that. $505 billion. And by the way, I don't like this mic. Whoever that brought this mic system, don't put the son of a to put it in. I'll tell you. These people. No, this mic is terrible. Stupid mic keeps popping. Do you hear that, George? Don't pay him. Don't pay him. You know, I believe in paying. But when somebody does a bad job, like this stupid mic, you shouldn't pay the best, sir. Terrible. Terrible. It's true. And you got to be tough with your people because they'll pay. They don't care. They'll pay. So we're not going to pay. I guarantee I'm not paying for this mic. Every 2 minutes, I hear like boom, boom.
All right, little break time here. I'm going to give some input, commentary, and some fun facts about Trump that you might not know. But if you want to skip this entirely, you can click on the timestamps down below for a certain section. If you're liking the video so far and you have a specific quote or clip that you really enjoy, you can comment it down below. I check the comments constantly and love to reply to you guys about that. If you like the video and want to see more of these, you can feel free to like and subscribe. Now, my favorite clip from this roast in the beginning, from Trump roasting everybody, well, there's a bunch of them, okay? Obviously, the reporter one where he told the lady, all right, come on, get it out, get it out, get it out. That's a legendary one, especially because she was so aggressive at him. There's so many in the reporter ones. I mean, the Hillary Clinton, or you're going to jail one was hilarious. The Joe Biden ones he had some good ones in there. I didn't think they were amazing.
Web.com's AI tools make website creation easy. Simply tell us some info about your brand, and the AI Builder designs an eye-catching website. Our AI Builder takes the guesswork out of launching a website. Head to web.com and let our AI tools bring your vision to life.
Are you looking to save on your energy bills this summer? Sign up for Idaho Power's AC Cool Credit Program. With this voluntary program, you can earn up to $20 in bill credits each summer for participating, while helping reduce energy demand during times of high energy use. Learn more at idahopower.com/AC-Cool-Credit.
Some of the other ones where he's going at Marco Rubio and he talks about his hand size. Man, I swear to God, this guy is the funniest politician I've ever seen. And not only have I seen him in person at the White House, at many rallies, but I've actually met him in person on Valentine's Day this year with my girlfriend. Trump came over, talked to us, shook our hands, because my girlfriend is from the same country as Trump's wife, Melania, and that country is Slovenia. If you guys want to see that video, I'll link it up here. It was an awesome experience, a dream come true to have him actually come over and want to talk to us and shake our hands. I was amazing. The guy's so cool and